Jimmy, how are you?
Well, this is good to have a few more people here. Thanks for being here. All right, I have 7 o'clock. Go ahead and start our city council meeting tonight. Start with the work session. Call it to order at 7 o'clock. Roll call, Nolan Schoonmaker.
John Taylor. Stephen King.
Julie Berger.
Scott Johnson. Steve Martin.
Okay, we have a full quorum. One thing I was asked by some of those that want to speak, is that we give them the opportunity, because they need to, take off. So they'd like to just speak in the general. So if it's, okay with everybody, I'd give those a chance to speak now that have to leave, as an open loop. So we jump into regular session.
Is this the open forum?
Yeah, an open forum. Give them the opportunity to speak so that they can say what they need to say and then leave. And then I plan on being, because of the controversial subjects tonight, to just kind of talk as we go. It's not usually how I roll, but I want people, the citizens and everyone here to be able to have the opportunity to interact as we go down through these. So we'll do it item by item when we get into the regular session. The works discussion is, we'll discuss that, but when we get into the things that we vote on, then we'll have more active participation. Does that sound good to everybody? It's different than normally I roll, but I want to make sure that the citizens have a chance to speak and the council has. And of course, we want to keep it professional. As usual, try to keep it professional, and stay away from personal attack. We'll talk about some of the touchy stuff.
Yes, I absolutely agree, but if you're not if you don't reside in this city, then unlike somebody that thinks you should own property, if you're a resident of the city, you ought to be able to speak, and if you're not a resident, then you have no business.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. Anybody opposed to that? If you're not a resident of the city, we're not going to have that opportunity to speak. It's only for those that reside in the city. Okay.
Are you saying resident and or landowner or interested
A
party?
resident is somebody who lives here in rent, lease, own, free, whatever, a resident of this city.
Resident, right. Okay, all right. So with that introduction, I guess the way you follow that is we stop the work session, go into the regular session and do our open thing. So at 7:02, we'll pause, I guess, the work session and go into the regular session. So 7:03, again, call to order this regular session meeting. We'll call Nolan Schoonmaker.
John Taylor. Stephen King.
Julie Berger.
Scott Johnson. Steve Martin.
All right, good. Let's pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas flag, on the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God,
One and indivisible.
All right, so at this time, and if you want to save your comments for later, that's fine, but I wanted those that had, that wanted to speak now, and if some of you want to speak now, that's fine too. So, and I don't know what order I got these, so I tried to keep them in order, they just kept coming, so. OC Best, I got yours here on top, you wanted to take some time here.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, New Fairview. My name is O.C. Best, and I live at 417 Southridge Lakes Parkway, South Lake, Texas. I'm not a resident of the city of New Fairview, but I am project manager for the Sheep Ranch project. And we have a significant investment in the city of New Fairview. And we were very surprised by the notice of the agenda that we got today, and we're shocked and amazed by it. And it's because we've had such a great working relationship with your city administrator. We felt it necessary to come here tonight just to let you know that. This body will make their decisions on what they want to do with personnel and how you want to guide the city in the future. But I can tell you that the professionalism, the honesty that we received from your city administrator was on par with any that I've ever worked with. And, that gray hair is the testament. I've been doing this for a long time, projects from coast to coast. I get to see a lot of cities. I get to see a lot of city managers, city administrators. And you have one of the best. He has a great combination of skills, looking out for the city and balancing, the growth, the inevitable growth that's coming to this area. He's done a great job, I think, for us. I think he was very fair. He was very hard on us. I think our development agreement is a testament to the amount of funding that he derived from our development for the city, for the benefit of the city. And I think it's a testament to the work. The things that we kept hearing over and over, we want our roads fixed, we want better water, we want wastewater service, and we want high-speed internet in our city. The project that we're delivering and that being helped negotiate with the city delivers on all those things. So again, we just would be remiss not to be here tonight. And I apologize for taking up your time this evening to make these comments, but we just felt it very important to say that. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Bass.
All right, Nima House. You want to speak now?
Sure, I'll speak.
Good.
Hi, my name is Nina House. I live at 8816 Lazy Oak Drive. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the contract negotiation with the Docking Ridge HOA. And I would like to say that I'm sure y'all are aware that the HOA is still being controlled by our developer. And we have about 750 lots and just a few more houses that are still being built. But it's not going to be long before the HOA is controlled by our community. And I would ask the city, I'm not saying that it's not a good idea to be in partnership with the city, but I think it would be best and more fair to the residents of our neighborhood if you let us get control of our neighborhood before you make some long-term plans with the city for us. I feel like we have had our hands tied since we've been there, and we haven't had the opportunity to even look at our own numbers. Like everything is a secret to us, which is something we're working on outside of this meeting. And so I'm just asking, my husband and I are just asking, if you please don't make long-term commitments with the city until we as a community can come together and make our own decisions. And maybe we can partner with the city at some time, but I just don't think it's time now. Now's not the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. House.
David Randolph, you want to speak now or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Based on tonight's agenda, I've got to ask the question, are you ready? I don't think you thought through the consequences of an action that you're preparing to take. I also believe you're doing it from a place of small-mindedness based on a personal vendetta that is built on a foundation of lies. You've allowed a noisy group of non-citizens to cloud your judgment. Is it your right to fire Ben? Absolutely. Does he always make us happy? Absolutely not. I don't personally agree with everything he does. And I shouldn't, and neither should you. But, funny thing is, there are some things that I haven't agreed with him on, and then I shut my mouth and I listen. And I learned that I didn't have the full picture. I think you would all do well to do some listening of your own. But I'm not here to defend Ben. I'm here to defend New Fairview from the financial rape that this council has committed and will continue to commit. So council, why do you want to continue the rape of this city by throwing away real taxpayer money? I'd advise you not to, because this city needs roads and other infrastructure. Here's what you're about to do. You're either going to buy out an expensive contract, or you're going to incur massive legal fees, and there's not really a third way. I know Texas is an at-will state, but you ask any employer, you pay out the nose for wrongful termination. With a contract in place, you barely stand a chance. And I have to say, we can only assume that any evidence of cause has the same baseless evidence that your previous audits and investigations had, which is nothing. Then you won't have any city staff, and you'll shut down the city for a lot longer than we think. And although well-meaning, whatever volunteers you bring in will not be able to provide effective city services. I mean, friend from Shoot Ranch over here, he knows this. It's going to be bad. This is going to create chaos and waste more city money in the form of probably fines and regulatory penalties when you fail to meet obligations because you are not qualified to run a city at a professional level. Okay? So if you want to be known as the council who destroyed the city, then by all means move forward and fire Ben. Be my guest. Be the council that squanders several $100,000, but be prepared to explain to the taxpayers how this is in their best interests. You may be able to fool some people in the short term, but you will be held responsible. In the near future, when you have to post your expenditures, you want transparency, you're going to have to post. Well, we paid X amount in legal fees. We paid Y amount in fines. We didn't know how to do it. You know, we got sued for this, and we had to buy out this contract. And citizens will see the financial rape that you're about to perpetrate. Okay, so the answer to my original question, are you ready, is no. You have absolutely failed to exercise even a tiny bit of foresight based on your agenda here tonight. At the very least, if you move forward, you'll never hold office again. And I would prepare for, public scorn when you walk into Dollar General, because I doubt you have the support of the community to blow all our hard-earned tax money on your petty revenge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Randolph.
Jimmy Smith.
All the way.
Okay. Jim Royston.
Mayor, council. My name is Jim Royston. I live at 14920 Lost Wagon Street. We'll talk about the proposed agreement with Falcon Ridge HOA. Like Ms. House said, I disagree with the action that the city's trying to take on this. It's not in the best interest of Falcon Ridge. It's nothing more than a money grab, in my opinion. Part of the work that's being done under this supposed contract is work that should already be taking place in the city, because the TCEQ stated that the drainage easements are state waters and therefore are the city's responsibility to maintain, not the HOA's. HOA got hornswoggled into accepting maintenance on these. The second thing I want to talk about is I support the council members that are requesting removal of the city administrator. There's been a lot going on, and they need to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Royston.
Are there any others that want to speak now or later on in the meeting? Okay. All right, so let's jump back. So we'll pause the regular session now, 7:13, and go back to the work session, to item A, and staff presentation of the city finances.
Second here, I'm just gonna find out. So there were some questions and comments that have been raised in the past, and so we put this on the agenda so that the council could ask some questions and kind of look at where dollars are coming from. This right here shows the heat map for the sales tax generation for the city of New Fairview for the last month. You can see on the map, the dark red section is the area which is generating the majority of the sales tax. It used to be that was at Pilot Travel Center. They were the #1 sales tax generator. That is the location for the concrete batch plant. The concrete batch plant has started making payments to the comptroller's office as of 3 months ago. You can see starting in November, pretty good uptick. You see in December's payment, we jumped to over $40,000. In January, we just under $35,000. This is something that I notified the council that the comptroller had made a change when the legislature had failed to act regarding point of delivery versus point of sale. And when we went to the TML conference, I think Scott and Nolan both attended that session, where they said that they were going to make some changes to that and that it would be impactful. Now we've had some additional conversations with the comptroller's office and with the comptroller for this business, and they are stating that the concrete batch plant it is going to maintain the point of dispatch, which would be here in the city of New Fairview. So we could expect that this number will be maintained and increase as they continue to add additional locations in both Wise and Benton County. The agreement that the city council put in place basically said that they will dispatch any concrete batch plant that they build in Wise and Benton County will be dispatched or sold from the city of New Fairview. So, with the number of locations that they're anticipating, it could be a $3 to $4 million per year sales tax revenue.
Their sales offices here.
Their sales offices here. The reason why we have not really brought this forward and discussed it is because when the legislature has had this on the session for the last two legislative sessions, and when the comptroller's office has made changes, we wanted to be very cautious before we brought this forward and said, it looks like we are going to see that influx of revenues that we had kind of been cautious on. But it is promising, and the revenues are beginning to show up in the sales tax revenues, as you can see here. And they will only begin to increase as they continue to set up their second plant in Ponder. The plant here is still not up and operational yet, simply because they are unable to obtain concrete irrigation structures to complete the improvements along FM 407 and the requirements that they need for the access to their lot. So when we've been talking on that, we tried to incorporate it into our overall project to see if we could get a more timely delivery of those objects. It's 90 days out. So we're about 60 days into, or 30 days into that. There's gonna be about another 60 days where they are continuing to maintain that front area. They're putting down dust mitigation material to keep the dust down as best they possibly can. And they're not really running a whole lot of equipment or trucks off of those roads at this time, but they'll continue to maintain that on Graham to the end of their property line until that road is improved.
Their agreement was to concrete to pave that road.
Correct. So they're going to be on the hook to pave, basically a superstructure to hold up for that, concrete truck traffic that's going to be on there to the end of their property. So just kind of giving you an update that those revenues are starting to show up and are coming in now. Riley is here. I'm going to kind of let him jump in here and give you a little bit of an update on what the streets project look like. Just down and cool. Yeah, go ahead. Right back.
Okay, guys, I'm Riley Krolik. I'm a city engineer. I've been with New Fairview since about December of 2018. Been helping out with everything that's been going on with development agreements, with the city streets project we've had, been working closely with Ben. Some of you have been on the council in the previous terms that I've worked with. So I've been helping out with the Grand Road design, working with that batch plant to get the concrete put down. Also, I've been working with the developers and Fairview Meadows to get pavement put down for Pioneer Road. So all those terms and agreements are, still getting put together, but mainly what I'm here to talk to you about tonight is about our street projects that we have. I talk about some roadway updates, what's left with our project. I have a spending breakdown on the current roadway project that we have right now. I'm calling it Chisholm Hills Phase 1 right now, because later in this slide, I'm also going to talk about the new roads that are now failing. About 3 years ago, just 2.5 years ago, I was tasked with going out and assessing the neighborhood. Took extensive pictures, reports, got this whole slide put together and came to the council at that time and addressed them. And we discussed which were the major roads to do. New Fairview obviously doesn't have the money to go out and fix and pave all the roads that we need to be. So we tried to pick and choose the most dire and failing roads at the time. Now, 2 years later, not having a maintenance team or having any work done on these roads, the ones that were deemed savable for, the next 5 years or so, have now fell into a failing criteria with traffic, the hard freeze last winter, and we just had this weekend. That's what happens whenever your asphalt roads don't have the proper maintenance and top layer of just it has to have oils and get recoated every once in a while, and that helps keep the water out of the road, which is what's
Seal coating.
Yes, thank you. Moving forward, this was what I initially came to the council with about 2 years ago. Those blue roads that are highlighted are part of this project that we are currently working with Jago Public. We have currently put down asphalt on all the roads except for Hilltop and the Chisholm Hills area. Other roads in there in blue and even in light blue have gotten their the asphalt, all the drainage work is done. What we're waiting for on Hilltop is kind of what Ben was discussing with Graham Road. Drainage structures right now have, with all of the construction and chain supply stuff of delivering materials, it's almost impossible to get something quickly. So it's taking at least 90 days is what most concrete structure plants are giving as a quote for delivery of materials. That's kind of been the holdup for Hilltop.
That's the nine drainage.
This is the big drainage pipe culverts that were in way worse shape than we could have imagined when we surveyed them. So yes, sorry, I meant to push my little button. I should have just had them all pop up. These are the roads that we have completed. That I just went over. So we have a good part of this project already completed. We are making, besides the long time it kind of took to get Jago out there to get rolling, they had a longer lead time than we wanted. Since they've been out there, they've been doing great work. We have great products in the ground. Our drainage is fixed in a lot of areas, and we're very happy with the work they're doing.
Real fast, there's been some questions in the community as to how and why Montana Court was selected as one of the products or the streets to be fixed. Can you explain how that?
All of these streets that are on this slide with colors on them, I was given the instruction from the previous council and the previous mayor that these are the roads that we have issues with and we want to go look at. I could have gone and looked at every single road in New Fairview, but we don't have the dollars. There's probably still not the dollars to do that type of extensive work. I was told that this neighborhood, these 3 streets, Montana Court and the Pedernales area, were unacceptable and needed to be looked at for future maintenance or future reconstruction. That's what got put on there. There's a lot of drainage issues that were fixed with Montana Court because the pipes were sized properly and some of the pipes were set at an even grade where they wouldn't let the water flow where they're supposed to be. So that's part of the that's part of what we saw with our roadway reconstruction is upsizing the pipes, setting a positive grade on those ditches, get that water out of there so that they're not stuck with logging. I hope.
Yes.
Okay.
The city paid for all that, all those pipes to be upsized and concrete asphalt be removed and replaced.
Yes, sir. Part of this, part of my assessment was to go out there, figure out what was wrong with these roads, figure out why they are in such poor shape. Number one is no maintenance. You put a road in the ground after 30 years, it's going to fail. It should have failed before that. Part number two, the drainage that I found in the whole neighborhood, not only Montana Court, but with all the other streets, the drainage is very, very below par. Most of the culverts are silted in, most of them are crushed, most of them, the drainage ditch goes in front of someone's driveway and flows down the middle of the roadway. And part of the main focus with doing this roadway reconstruction was not just getting good asphalt put on the ground, but we are fixing the drainage concerns so that the asphalt doesn't have water traveling over.
What's the road's worst enemy?
The water is the road's worst enemy. Part of the reason of the roads we will talk about later failing a lot quicker than we thought they would have with the hard freezes we had last winter that gets water inside, expands, breaks apart the asphalt. This is what we have left. We have Hilltop Trail. That Hilltop Trail is where those large culverts are at that I just discussed, the lead time of waiting on our boxes to get going so that we can begin construction on those. We have Chisholm Drive and Chisholm Court. We were saving those up there for last. We've been working towards trying to work as much in Hilltop, get moved out of there so that we can leave it as good as we can possibly can with the budget that the city has and the amount of resources they have to work with. With those stars, we have Wilson Court, Outlet Court, and Chrysler Lane. Those roads were initially, when we first signed the agreement with Jago, we pulled those out because Ben was working with I don't know who they were. There was some grant fund team. They put together an exhibit, sent it off to the state, and they were able to get $350,000 for those roadways. The money has to go towards those roads. That's why we pulled those out. We're going to now be working with the county to help use their maintenance team, maintenance.
Yeah, so
they have people that can help us build that. And we can use that money towards the
$350,000.
Which was grand.
now.
So, and just to kind of refresh your memory on this, the original budget that was proposed was $3 million. When we went out and bid out the project, when you throw in the engineering costs, we're actually at $4.2 million. So there's a fair gap between the two of them. So we started looking at what the solutions were. We came back to the council and said, hey, we're pretty sure we're going to get this $350,000 grant from the Texas Department of Agriculture. We were working on the surveys at that time. We obtained enough surveys, and these were the locations that qualify. They have to be considered socioeconomically disadvantaged locations to get those dollars. So we pulled them out to put them in there, and then we approached the county and said, will you guys come in and do this project? So in doing that partnership with the county, what that does is that saves us the cost of labor and equipment. So we're going to just have to pay for the materials for that project, which means we're going to be able to stretch those dollars substantially further than they would be otherwise. Now, as part of that horse trading agreement that we did, is we also agreed to improve County Road 4717. Again, they provide equipment and they provide labor, we provide material. So if you drive down 4717 right now, you'll see that that road is undergoing a major reconstruction, new drainage is being installed. The pipes that are out front on the road, it's the road that runs down by the crane company. Yeah. So they're going to be working on completely rebuilding County Road 4717, and doing that with them, we still saved $100,000. So we got to improve this road where they came in and said, hey, we've got potholes that are 12 inches deep. We need to do something about it. We were able to fix that problem and at the same time save $100,000 on this project.
He knows more than I do. He is working with the county a lot on this, and I've kind of been a little hands off with that part, and that's been all I have to do.
So you told Mr. Johnson here that a road's worst enemy was water, and I absolutely agree with that. And for that reason, the State Highway Department crowns their road. They either have a crown in the middle
right?
And the water runs off, or the ground left to the ground right. Are we doing that?
Yes, 2% crown as per text dot standard.
Huh?
2% crown as per text dot standard.
Yes, sir. All of these that we are putting in, I have, we have crowns on them. I designed ditches to be dug out to where we hopefully, and they always call it 100-year storm, is, it's a 1% chance that it's going to hit. The way the weather happens now, we usually see like somewhere between 5 to 10 100-year storms in North Texas per year. We design our roads and all of our storm systems to be at that level or below. Most of these, all of these ditches that I designed and the culverts I designed was so that we were at that 100-year level or below, and that it wasn't reaching our asphalt. So that when things are done, which is the next thing on here, we still need ditch work. Most of these places that we put the driveway culverts down, Jago's still coming back and they're gonna pull the ditches. We've had complaints of saying, oh, well, it's ponding up in front of my ditch. Yes, they're gonna come back. They're regrading those ditches. They're putting correct side slopes in them. And they're also gonna come back and they have to establish grass, get vegetation going in these ditches. So there's a lot of dirt sitting out there right now, and it's, you know, as residents that have had to deal with this since we basically begun taking dirt in August, September. It's been a long time, but it's going to get taken care of, and that's part of the final walkthrough we have to do. Is we're not going to let them. We hold a 5% retainage every month that they send in their billing, that we hold till the very end. And once the project's done and they're trying to check out of here, they want the rest of their money, which on our $3 million contract, 5% is $150,000 or so. That's stuff that we do our walkthrough. If there's something that may have been installed incorrectly at the beginning and we are catching it now with help of our Don Strange city inspector and also Josh with maintenance, all the stuff he does with Ben. Sorry, I don't know the exact title, but anyways, all with the help of both of them, they have been going and checking as this development goes or this construction goes to make sure they're just not out there doing whatever they want to do and putting stuff in. They're checking with the plans that were designed by me, and they're checking with the codes and regulations of how you're supposed to, you know, compact the subgrade, and pour the asphalt and seal coat it, all of that, the whole thing. So, with that being said, money. This is our spending breakdown of what we have done so far. So as been stated, I'm sorry that it is so small. If we could increase it some, is there any chance here? Part of doing this on your own computer in front of you, it looks a lot bigger and not realizing it gets so small. Main thing I want to highlight though, our initial bid that we signed with, or we got from Jago that we went into the agreement with and signed with them. All of those roads on that picture I showed y'all with all the blue on it was $3.9 million, which we can see in this bid amount. I have it broken down. We broke it down into a bunch of alternates because, as Ben was saying, we were only approved for $3 million, which that took into account the surveying and the engineering. So really we had 2.7 to try to get to 3.9. Taking out, which ones are they? Taking out Presser from alternative A and taking out alternative B, we were able to drop it down to about 3.1 million. So we still have our shortfall. We're gonna have to kind of find some money to be able to just at least finish this project we have, but taking out those roads, they were 788,000. So that's $800,000 we were able to save by getting a CDBG and also being able to work with the county. So we're pretty much going to be able to take care of those 3 roads that were quoted at just under $800,000 inside of the $350,000 grant that we got from CDBG. That helps us out greatly, and it was a big bonus to be able to do that. But as we see, we still have a difference of about $400,000 to finish. That $400,000 is most likely pretty much your Chisholm Hills Drive and Chisholm Hills Courts. that is where our shortfall is going to be. I mean,
Well, ultimately, that's gonna be a council's decision.
that is part of the reason I'm here to discuss and show the numbers of what we're done at money wise right now. As of the end of January, which is easier to see, the installed amount, we're at $2.2 million installed. What we have left to do on Hilltop Trail and the Hilltop Culvert is going to get us to about 2.6. And that 2.6 and change, 2.7, okay. 2.7 and change is what we're gonna be left with finishing Hilltop Trail in the culvert. That is where we are going to have to decide where this extra 400,000-ish is going to come from.
Now, there is some, thus far, if you look at the numbers overall, because we pulled some things out of the project,
We
for cost
did.
savings, and then we have contingency, as long as we don't see a whole lot more of unanticipated items, which we shouldn't,
We are not.
we're gonna be, we had about $300,000 in contingency of real dollars. So, we spent 180,000 of it, we've got $120,000 right there, we saved $20,000 on the,
We've saved a few thousand. When they peeled back these roads and were removing the asphalt, they found a bunch of base under a few of them, which was very surprising because that's usually supposed to be, when I say base, I mean a gravel type flexible base that they put under roads. It's a TxDOT grade base that you put under asphalt. Normally, that's a little bit of an overkill for these neighborhood roads. You can treat the base with lime, and that's somewhere between 20 to 25% cheaper than actually using the same thickness of flex base. It holds up the same over time, as long as you keep your moisture out of underneath the roadway, which is part of the reason that upsizing these culverts and regrading these ditches were high priority when I was doing the design on this neighborhood. So I went through each driveway and I looked and assessed to make sure if this culvert can hold the water needed or do we need to replace it. So a large cost of this project was put on fixing the drainage, and that's what is going to help these roads stand up, along with continued maintenance once these roads become of age that need to start being dealt with. Besides current dollars and money, unless there's any questions, I don't think I have much left on that.
Any questions?
No.
Okay,
Thank you.
with that being said, that was part of our project. We just did this. This has been going on. We've been hearing about this for over a year, honestly, way much longer. But we've been dealing with the contractor for about 9 months on this project. Now, this is the rest of the roads. We've been hearing ever since we brought this up, well, why not about this road? What about this one? I know a lot of the roads are not in very good shape. The reason, this is a very good picture. The yellow shows the roads that were in phase 1. The yellow shows the roads that we just did a contract that are planning to be worked on, whether it be the CDBG with the county, it's already been worked on right now by Gago, or we need to, they're still out there working on them. And so they will be touched eventually. Green are areas that I went and drove with Ben and Josh about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And with the pictures that I was able to take and the way that I was able to look at these roads, they do not look the way they did about 2 years ago when I first went to go look at them. They, like I would go back and say, you got poor drainage, we have bad freezes the last 2 years, and we also haven't had any more maintenance put on them. At first, I was expecting the fact that possibly by the time we got into this contract and got into construction, we would be able to do some type of maintenance on them or some type of preventive care to help them from deteriorating as fast as they have. That being said, where we're at now on this project, they don't look like they could be just patched over and helped. They are now at the stages that the roads in yellow look to be at about 2 or 3 years ago. And with that being said, they're only going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. So these citizens that live out here, these homeowners, they have great new roads in certain parts, but due to the very first council that I dealt with and, amount I was told to try to keep the project in, which was the $3 million range, we were left with the yellow pick and choose areas, and we are now looking at these green areas. So in total, I have the roads listed up here. We got finishing Latham Lane, Lanes Way, the middle section of Chisholm Trail, Hilltop Trail, middle section of Chisholm Hills Drive. There's a piece of Wilson Lane that initially was left out. It appeared it was going to be fine, but now to connect from Hilltop Trail to where it turns the corner and goes east to west, that area is deteriorated and it shows a lot more signs of failing than it did 2 years ago. Pedernales Drive, it was on the initial report. It's the roads it's in bad shape. It's not as horrible as everything that's going on in this neighborhood, but we need to keep it on the radar. Pedernales is still looking bad. And then the entrance to Rio Ranches Boulevard, that road's beginning to show very significant signs of failure. With these next few roads,
Off the top of your head, that many linear feet of road, is that about the same amount of project we just completed?
no, I will look at that.
Okay,
I have.
keep going then.
What's it called? Can I make this bigger than that?
Oh, hit Control Plus.
Oh. It's so small, I can't see it.
Control 02.
Okay, this is looking at 9,800, I believe, off the top of my head, it's close to 21,000. So it's just about under half of what the initial bill was.
Okay.
Failing road, okay. Latham Lane, I'm just going to quickly through. We have plenty of these pictures available. I probably have somewhere close to 300-400 pictures of this neighborhood, of the four roads. These were taken by Josh about 2 weeks ago. They're just to show when I compared these pictures to what I had previously 2 years ago. And most of these pictures I'm going to show you of each of these roads, I did not see things deteriorating like this a couple years ago. So Lanes Way, this is Hilltop Trail between Wilson Court and Morgan Place. That picture on the right, that's just showing that there's an intense or a high amount of moisture that is in the area. Those alligator crackings usually come from the base below. And so that's it settling and water getting into the surface layer. With there being no seal coat on these roads over whenever the last time these roads were touched, the moisture gets into the top of it as well. It expands, it cracks, it does this. That's when the life of roads are pretty much over when that happens. And then same with the Wilson Court. This is fairly common in most of the neighborhood. This is what most of the streets look like before the one in phase one that I'm calling it, the one that we're currently constructing. That picture on the left where it just looks like it's just dirt now. The road has had so much moisture come into the side of the edge of the asphalt that over and over and over again, it just takes away pebbles and it breaks away the course that's put together in asphalt, and it has no coating to keep it together. So after rain events, after snow events, after freezes, you start getting roadway that it drifts away. If you were to go out there right now, it's basically just dirt. So, that's a good 7 to 8 feet of Wilson Court is just kind of not there anymore. There's another picture of what that looks like. That is very common in most of these roads out here. We see it on Chisholm Hills Drive. You get these large potholes. That's due to moisture being underneath the asphalt and pulling away sediment so that the road then begins to dip down into it. Here's Pedernales Drive. There's that little bulb out in Pedernales Drive. If this road maybe would have been touched up 10 years ago and every 3 or 4 years it gets another surface coat put on it, this road probably wouldn't need to be looked at right now. Not every single one of these roads could have been taken care of because of preventative maintenance that you're supposed to put back into asphalt roads, but a large percentage of these smaller roads, some area like this right here, Rio Ranches, this probably could have taken care of if the
I'm
city.
trying to remember how old those roads are. That was put in 5, 6, 7 years ago?
Rio Ranches are,
Well, so it depends. Different parts were put in different timeframes, but Rio Rancho was approved in 2008.
Right.
So the initial structure going into the development would have been installed shortly thereafter.
So my point being,
This is-
these roads were laid with no engineering supervision whatsoever.
no,
We have as a city, we have no idea what these roads.
right, I don't think we have any plans on
Gary
that.
Fisher was the engineer in charge of that.
Gary Fisher.
Oh, Mr. Fisher, that's right. So was he involved in continuously in those road
I'm
constructions?
not for sure about that one, but they went ahead and did all the core samples, and checked the ground, and they did it properly on a lot of those roads. I think it was the one that we spent about 600,000 on.
Well, the Rio Rancho, we didn't,
$1,000.
yeah, we didn't do those. The one we did, yeah, I know which one you're talking about, Joe. That's actually not these roads, but.
Yeah.
That you're talking about.
Right. It's the roads that they built in this planned development, way back when. Again, I can't think of dates off the top of my head, 2015.
Sorry to interrupt, I just wanted to make sure you.
I appreciate your input, Joe. Thank you.
Very fine. Yes, they could be put down correctly and it's installed properly. Part of the roads that I've seen in phase one, we thought they had no base and we thought it was just a typical 2-inch overlay. And we were like, well, no wonder these are just crippling apart. They had bases put in it. It goes back to the part of maybe it didn't have the correct drainage analysis put into it, the way that it should have been. Or we don't have the simple maintenance of coming back and retouching these roads.
But in all reality, a 30-year road that's received minimal maintenance, you got great value out of that road. But having come back and looked at it now, the drainage was not adequate to begin with. So you would have gotten more life out of those roads if you had had adequate drainage to begin with. And then if you would have done appropriate mitigation and maintenance efforts, they would have lasted indefinitely.
Right, okay.
And I think that puts us out of there. Okay, we're back to talking money, and hopefully this one's a little bit easier to see. It doesn't have as many columns to make it small. This is a very preliminary cost breakdown of what I would estimate phase two will be. Another part, I'll put a little star asterisk by drainage. Drainage is very tough to put a number on until I get to actually review what's going on, see, how big the culverts are, see what the drainage flow looks like in and out of it. That number can change a lot. I tried to go high on it so that, that shock and awe factor is in your face now. And hopefully, if we agree and move forward and things go down the road of working on these roads as well, that drainage number hopefully will only decrease or stay about the same. I went very high on my estimates on it. I don't want to give any hopes that, that thing gets slashed in half, but that drainage number it's the biggest.
And it can go either way. It may go up.
It could go up. If things look that horrible in these areas, it could go up. I'm willing to bet that hopefully it's not, because these areas that are going to be in this phase two, that are being talked about right now tonight, those were areas that a couple of years ago, 2.5 years ago or so, they didn't look so horrible. So the drainage in these areas weren't necessarily as bad as they were in all of the roads being done right now. So with that being said, maybe, this might not be, you're not looking at such a huge drainage piece of the pie as we did in this phase one roads that we were going on.
Plus, you're doing parts in between places you've already done, so connecting drainage should provide a lot better access.
So I broke this down. You can look and see street by street. I have estimated linear footage of the repairs that I would suggest that match the green and yellow sheet that I showed. And as I was saying, if you look at phase two, we're assuming it's about 9,800 feet. Phase one was right under 21,000. So phase one with the engineering, with the 3.9 construction costs, we were sitting at 4.2. I have my 10% contingency in here to try to help, save those unexpected that happens sometimes with construction or with designing projects, you know? So those prices per road are the pavement price, the drainage price, plus a 10%, you know, savings fund to help out with, water and unexpected costs. With that said too, I broke down what surveying that section of road and the engineering that we would charge on those sections of roads and gave you a big grand total all the way to the right, added it down. One thing I do want to add on here though, with the whole idea of talking about this phase 2 and talking about getting more roads fixed in New Fairview for the citizens that have been here with New Fairview, is I put in the additional survey number. There's the piece that if I go back, let me go back. If I go back a long ways on that picture, there was a portion of Chisholm and Hilltop that I'm not proposing to be here right now. If you look at Hilltop, there's basically from Morgan Place to 2264, and then from Chisholm, from that first bend all the way to 2264. Those roads right now look like A+ roads compared to what else is out there. I'm not saying there's no issues in those portions or anything, but from the start to that point, those are the best roads that are in this area.
Essentially though, we're leaving 6,000 linear feet of roads out there that are not in great condition, but we can potentially mitigate them and maintain them and extend their life.
Right. These are the roads that you pump life back into them right now. You could possibly see, you know, you can see longer life and don't have to deal with them
Immediately.
as immediate. These roads that are on this, that were in yellow and that are on this cost diagram I have, these are the roads that they're done. They have no life left in them. These are the ones that are now.
Which is basically the remainder of the roads we were looking at.
Remainder of the roads minus the 6,000 of Hilltop and Chisholm. So I added the 6,000 there. There's the possibility that we could have this area surveyed so that once it's already done, it's already surveyed, it's in the computer. Once, you know, if we have 2 years from now that we're in the same situation that I'm saying, you know, we could possibly save the life of these roads, we could possibly get another 5 years out of them. It doesn't happen again, and we're standing here in 2.5 years again saying, well, heck, we need to get these roads taken care of. I threw in the cost of that, which getting the survey done, that's an extra 27,000. If we are to move forward and begin the discussions of taking care of these roads, which it needs to be you know, on the bulletin board of, this is now what we have to deal with. You have, you know, pictures and stuff of what we were able to do in this area. So we're now stuck with these roads being the ones that are the main issues for the neighborhood. That's a bunch of numbers, a bunch of stuff going on. If you have questions, I can help. Pretty much just showing my estimate right now with the cost that we were given on this phase 1 project. The estimated cost on those was 10% leeway, you know, extra little bonus coverage. I'm estimating that being about a 2.2 million dollars.
2.4.
So, that being said, I'm done. That is what I have for you. So, any questions, anything that I can help solve, anything I talked too quickly over or not deeply enough about our roads?
Appreciate the update. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm gonna ask a quick question.
Go for it.
Of the roads we're working on, the roads that need to be working on, plus that extra 6,000 feet, how many roads in New Fairview need something that are not in any of your surveys? How much more?
Well, we have South County Line Road, we have Brock, we have B Judge, we have Dove Hollow. And honestly, those roads haven't even been looked at because those have been recently acquired by the city.
Right.
County Line Road is brand new. That shouldn't even be in the.
Well, the County Line Road this year will cost the city almost $10,000 in maintenance, just simply because of the smash units that are getting taken out by people running into them. So there's going to be a substantial cost of maintaining that road without talking about the pavement.
Right. All roads need maintenance.
Correct.
And we won't mention Martindale Lane either, will we?
And if I may, I have done, a decent amount of work on Beat Judge repairing, potholes there, you know, the size of Fiats and BWs. And I was out 2.5 months ago at the intersection of Dove Hollow, just past South County line, where it intersects with a small road there, and had to repair some pretty sizable. And that, of course, that road gets a substantial amount of construction traffic, not just our development, but further down. The concrete trucks and whatnot hammer that road pretty good.
So when we do maintenance on some of these roads, and there is a water issue, is that something we also address?
It's,
Or we're just,
we're just doing what's called a cold mix repair.
okay,
At this point, that's what we're
we're
set
just
up.
putting the surface down.
Correct.
We're not trying to mitigate any other issues at this point.
So the thing about trying to mitigate those things is if you're going to mess with drainage, you have to look at the system. Because if you fix the problem here, but you don't fix it downstream,
Oh, no,
you create a larger issue potentially.
right.
So those are not things that we really can, handle on a case by case basis. The city's gonna have to handle those as part of a larger,
Engineering
solution.
survey.
Huh?
Engineering survey.
Right.
You gotta engineer all this. You can't fix one part of this line and not go all the way down.
Now, if there's a drainage issue because some logs stuck in the culvert, that's.
It's a different deal. We can pull those out and we do that.
Flow issues, you maintain your culverts, you keep them open, more water goes through it more smoothly. But if it's because of undersizing or, not having enough capacity, those aren't, that is not a maintenance term. Yeah,
Like a proper engineering to be in.
it has to be, there's a lot of liabilities that can be,
Okay.
that come into hand once you start messing around with water.
So this item was also requested by a couple of the council people. So I just want to make sure, was everything resolved? Did you have any additional questions regarding the streets projects?
Have all my questions answered. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Hilltop is, I don't know, have you all seen any construction on Hilltop yet this week?
No, not
Okay. Hilltop Trail is coming later this week or next week.
utilities.
Construction is starting on that one, so.
They've reset the poles.
Poles have already been
They've got
set, the wires have already
Yeah.
been set, they just haven't detached the wires from the other one, and of course, CenturyLink is our natural whole
Imagine that.
But yeah, it's a real shock,
Any thought we'd take a bet on this one?
All council and mayor, thank all very much.
Thank you, Riley. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, new home construction presentation.
So we've got Jim here. Jim, if you want to come up, I just want to kind of, again, some of you guys have not met Jim or know who Jim is from the standpoint we've got new council members, so I figure it'd be good for him to come in, also give you kind of a little bit of a heads up. You can see right here, I'm just giving you kind of a summary of new home construction. Last year, we looked at, about 172 new home building permits that were issued, generated around $600,000 of revenue. So far this year, we've issued 40 building permits for about $162,000. So we're trending at about the same speed as what we were issuing building permits last year. Depending upon how quickly some of these newer housing projects come online, we may see a slight uptick, or we may just maintain a smooth one if it takes some longer to get in here. Part of the reason we've had some, I don't want to say slowdown, but part of the reason that we've seen things not accelerate faster at this point is, and Jen can kind of talk about this, is the supply chain issues that the builders are still experiencing.
Yes, sir. My name's Jim Eastep. I've been the inspector out here since 2011. I know Steve and I know Mr. Johnson. Yeah. Anyway, I'm out here and there's no activity out here for many years. And then Rio Rancho, they bought all of the lots, Riverside Home bought all the lots, and that's when it really started happening out here. Now, I mean, it's unbelievable how much work's going on. Just the week before last, I put over $50,000 worth of permits, and that was just in Fairview Meadows. And then along the ranch, it just kicked off. I probably 4 or 5 such things out there, which is about $10,000. And that was just in 1 week. So you see the amount of work going on. And I think we've got, how many Constellation Lakes and 2 more subdivisions on the books?
They haven't turned dirt, and they're not gonna turn dirt on Constellation Lake anytime soon.
No, Settlers Glen will be the one that pops up next.
Well, we're gonna have that on the agenda later for executive session.
North Shoot Ranch, I mean, these are huge subdivisions, but they're not anywhere in the near future.
But they're still on the books to be built. They're still on the books to be built.
Oh, absolutely, but
I mean, it's coming.
maybe not in my lifetime.
That's probably not mine either, but, it's going to happen.
So on a brand new home from the dirt up to completion, how much is the fees for somebody to build a home?
I don't keep up with what it costs to build a home, I just keep up.
No, I don't, I mean, the city, the inspections. There's framing, there's electrical, there's plumbing.
So,
What
so
is, what do we charge?
the fee structures are varied based upon the size of the home. So you can see in October, we issued one permit for a unknown builder at this point. And
Where's that? Very top line?
Right here.
Yeah.
So the fee for that house was $7,500.
Good, yeah.
But if you look right here, Bailey Custom Homes, they built 2 homes, $8,400. So the range on those fee structures are going to be substantial based upon the size of the home that is being built.
In that figure, on the permit figure, half of that fee is plan review fee. That's what my salary comes out of. So that's more than covers my inspection for each house. I mean, y'all are still making money. But over half of those permit fees that you see, the house, $3,000 or $4,000 permit, after that is plan review fee. That's close.
Does that impact fees included in anything?
These are not impact fees included. These are just the building permit fees.
And then,
What'd you call it? Plain what?
Plan review fee, in other words, they bring some plans in, they'll replan, make sure they're right.
So in a subdivision, not everybody's the same. Some of them, like Falcon Ridge, every single house is a custom built house. But in some subdivisions, every 5th, 6th, 7th house is the same house.
They flip.
Yeah. So why, if that's the case, if you did a review on this one and number 7 is the same plan, why is that homeowner being charged a plan review fee?
It's not the homeowner, it's the builder.
Got making the money.
Well, so you have to also understand, each home is being built on a different lot. They have to make sure that they are meeting the setback requirements. The plans coming in is showing where we're putting it, how we're going to build it, and it's going to make sure that it's meeting code for the city. Just because you approve the plans in one location does not mean that you're going to be able to approve that same set of plans in a separate location.
And often, I mean, plans are tweaked for the particular customer.
Yeah.
What are called custom homes.
Steve, you were asking a question.
yes, phase 1, Paloma Estates.
Mhm.
On South Carolina Road, you have 14 driveways entering onto South Carolina Road.
Yep.
That's to be a future problem. Disappointed that plat got approved.
I was too. I actually asked the council why they approved that plat. And I asked our planner why they approved that plat.
That's gonna be a major headache for us in the future.
The planner at that time, I can tell you, the planner, Barry, said that we didn't have any other choice, that was acceptable and we should go with it.
I would not have.
So I can tell you that after the fact, because that project was already done and approved before I got here. I did go
That was
back.
like 3 years ago. Yeah, that was like 3 years ago.
I did go back to the developer and I asked them to consider putting in an alley, or some other type of connection to the backside of that road. And, you know, we kind of worked through it as best as we possibly could, but by that point, the lots had already been pre-sold to home builders, and the home builders did not want to take on the cost of having to build an alleyway to serve those first 28 homes. But,
Do you see how close they're building the homes to the road? They have a large section of lot there and it's very poor design. And we're gonna pay for that. It looks terrible.
It is bad.
It's real bad.
Our previous planner Did a number of things.
So
like that.
those homes are compliant with the setbacks, which are established by the zoning ordinance, everything of that nature. Now,
Also too, if I could interrupt you, man, also too, at that time, we were not educated in the building of a city or what we could or could not do. We strictly accepted what the planner told us we should do. We didn't have somebody in here to go, hey, you can negotiate with these people and make them build a back alleyway. In fact, we discussed that, did we not, Joe Max? About not letting him put those entryways on the South County line. And the planner at the time said, oh, but that's what he wants to do, you have to let him do it. So just to interrupt and explain to a number of people, since we have a large audience at this point. I agree with you, Steve, that discussion was held up, but we didn't know we could do such things. So again, ignorance, not knowing how to operate a city. I'll raise my hand with that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. So, and you have to understand, those 14 are the smallest part of the problem. Constellation Lakes is approved for every one of those frontage lots from 407 to Dove Hollow for the same entry features. So I've been working with them to try and get that backed out and to have some adjustments to that plan. And we'll talk about that later in the executive session.
That's actually gonna come up. Hopefully you've been able to address some of that, hopefully. Our previous mistakes.
We'll see. So, Jim's been here since 2011. He's giving you kind of a background of what's going on. The city in the last fiscal year issued 172 building permits. 2 years ago, prior to that, I think there were 12 building permits issued. So you can see the amount of acceleration that we're seeing in this area, and it is only going to increase as Fairview Meadows, when I talked to them last, they said that they have a 6-month waiting list, that if they could build their homes as fast as they can possibly build them, they're still 6 months out with people waiting to hand over their money to get into those homes. So, we've been working with them on a number of different fronts. They've been having issues getting windows in, and so, we're allowing them to put plastic into it. Jim and I have worked out a relationship where they can continue to build those homes, and then he'll do the inspections as they're able to add those units and then move the progressive properties forward. So, we've had a really good working relationship with them, and in some cases, I agree with Jim, because Jim comes in, he's like, Ben, they shouldn't do this. I'm like, I agree, they shouldn't do it, but I'm coming back to them and I'm asking them to pay another $1.5 million to fix Pioneer Road. So let's work with them and give them a little bit of leeway to here so that we can hopefully get them to come to the table and work with us in good faith somewhere else. So if you guys have any questions for Jim, please feel free to.
My deck still hasn't fallen down.
If it does, throw one at the ring tag, I guess.
If it does, we are all good. You can ask Jim, it's a running joke. If that deck falls down, we're all doomed.
Exactly.
Any other questions for Jim?
I'm good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, presentation on the code enforcement activities going on.
So Josh was the new hire that the city council approved in October. He's taken on a number of different tasks, but code enforcement is one of those things where we're trying to get him to spend about a quarter of his time.
But you're still with somebody, correct?
Oh, no, I'm
No,
100% saving here.
you got all your hours in. No.
Oh, no, as far as my code enforcement, yeah, I still have Don Strange as
Okay.
yes, sir, yeah.
He still does his apprenticeship.
So I would apologize, I'm not as, I haven't done as much code enforcement as I'd like to, but we have a $4 million road project that I have to be out there with quite a bit in the drainage. But, just to start with that, I put just these photos together. The dog was one that I brought up last time. He was in a much more vicious photo at that time. That was actually resolved, and fortunately, I survived that incident, and that dog has been removed. So that is one that has come to resolution. The other photo in the corner there with the RV, and this is a problem that I've got several of these that I'm dealing with, people that are using their recreational vehicles as secondary or guest dwellings, which is not allowed. That was, yes, Yes, that is now, that he is in compliance now. Yeah, you see how he's got the slide out. It's not on an approved surface. He's got plumbing and electrical running to it. It's obvious. He even had a staircase on the side. If you look here, he even had a deck and a ramp going to it. So it's pretty obvious that it was being used as a guest house, if you will.
What street is that?
That's on Stewart Street. It's no longer there. He is complied voluntarily. The two above it, please excuse my finger, sometimes holding the iPad is in the objective position. I've realized that's the wrong photo. Oh, no, that's right. Okay, so not very recognizable there, but there is a swimming pool vaguely back here that was side exposed in code. That has now been removed. But the reason I put these two up here is these are the same dwelling with two different violations. One, he had the pool that was unsecured, uncovered, a hodgepodge of different violations. And then two, he's got this, which is another frequent problem. This outdoor building that's missing siding, and the siding that is on there is just gonna blow away with the next stiff breeze. So he is a work in progress. He has, since this occasion, he has removed the pool, and he is working with me on getting the siding and the other necessary stuff done to the substandard structure. With that being said, on the 9th, I'm going to be attending another class on abatement, sanitation, structures, and vehicles, where I'm going to get a lot more of the legal knowledge that I need to be able to go forward now with abatements. Basically, having us go out there and remedying tall grass or the junk vehicles. But I needed to get this additional education because it's a very sticky wicket where I've got to have the proper evidence and everything else. And I have people that are on my list. I have several that have gone to the final letter stage. Now I'll be getting Don, who's also been busy with all the engineering, but where we're going to move towards the citation phase. I have had some people that were in the in-progress phase who have now no longer decided to continue or do any progress that are now going out to the next letter phase. But the one thing that I can mention that is a really positive thing is even with the fact that I haven't been able to go out there and do an onslaught of code violations, I have had a substantial increase in calls from residents asking me now if this is okay, if this allowed. So instead of just, I'm going to do, just last week I had a young lady call and say, hey, can I put a fifth wheel on my property and live in it when I'm in town? Of course, she can't. But now everybody's calling. And they've seen that I've been out there, I've talked with people, and now they're asking if they see me in my truck, hey, we're thinking about doing this. Do I need a permit or can I do this? So we're getting more involvement. The more that I'm out there, the more that I speak with people, and generally speaking, getting a positive response.
We used to allow people to live in RV if they were building a new house, which we still 18 months. How long is it?
I don't know if we do 18 months anymore.
I think it's 6 months.
I think it's 6 months.
Well,
I know what we've done in the past, as long as you're continuing to work on their structure, we allow that, and I'm probably done.
yeah, okay.
So again, it's all about communication. If we say 6 months and it's taking longer, but you're still working on it, let me know. It's going to be all right. But yeah, that's still allowed. That's reasonable.
You can't go to the house for 6 months now.
It may take a lot longer than 6 months now, you're right.
I can justify that.
And once you get them, they probably don't fit.
So in the last time that we talked about code enforcement, we brought forward and showed you a draft RFP, talked to council about animals and what that would look like. Josh has been working on getting that updated and getting it ready to send out. But with this road project, when they're putting down asphalt, we have to have somebody out there with a temperature gauge so that we're making sure that that asphalt is going onto the ground within the parameters.
Yeah, we make sure it's temp check, we make sure that all my density checks are being done, when they're supposed to be done, core samples are being taken, the mix is coming in correct, application depth is what it's supposed to be. Any piece of asphalt that's been dropped out of here, I have been there personally to make sure that it's being done properly.
And we've had to send back a number of trucks because the asphalt's coming out at
I
a
mean, cold.
inadequate temperature. So it's important that we focus his time out there when we're spending this $4 million instead of having him over here on code enforcement. When this slows down and if it's still winter time, we'll be reallocating resources and moving in the other direction,
Yeah,
but.
we have the product, we have the TDLR here, and then we also have the EMS that I've also got to spend my time on. With that being said, on that RFP, I did some research. I pulled up a couple of examples from other cities that were doing RFPs for animal control and whatnot. And so now I have those as an example, draft the remaining portion of the RFP to get that out to see if we can get somebody in here to assist us with the livestock as well as the conventional animals. So it has not gone idle. It is in process.
Hey, Ben, is it okay to ask him about the EMS build-up? Is that?
That's not on the agenda.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We'll get that another time.
I honestly, what we can do is we can shoot out a email giving you guys an update on that following the meeting.
Because we approved that to move forward.
I can tell you, we've made progress. We've awarded one contract, so they're coming out and doing stuff, but we're hitting the same constraints other city builders are when they're trying to set up buildings. So we're working on it as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
That'd be great to send out an email.
Yeah, we'll send out an update on that.
Any questions I can assist anybody with? Well, thank you all very much. Thank you, Judge. It was concise as possible.
All right, let's talk about city secretary recruitment.
So this is just kind of a recap of where we were. December 6th, the city council reviewed the position profile. We went out and posted the job following the meeting on TML and TCMA's website. That's the Texas Municipal League and the Texas Municipal Clerks Association. We kind of did an assessment. The council asked about how many applications at that time. I believe we had 4 applications that we had received. Final acceptance closed on February 4th. We now started going through. I'll show you kind of a matrix of how they line up, and we're going to start doing the applicant questionnaires and some research on them, social media research, find out about them a little bit. We'll be putting together some packets for you guys to review. The council did ask for us to anonymize the information, so the information that the council gets back on the applicants will be anonymized. Hopefully the city council will be able to do semifinalist selections by February 28th timeframe. And then, final selections by March 7th. We'll do some additional assessments between then and there, background checks, check references, do a DISC assessment or some type of assessment of that nature. And then have finalist reports for you to review third week of March. And then, the council do the final interviews and selection at that point. So as of the closing date for the application, we had 8 candidates that applied for the position. You can see in here, basically these are the criteria that we had outlined in the document. What's your experience in local government, supervisor experience, city secretary experience, TMCC certification, agendas, packets, Texas public records, budget development, customer service, financial management experience, education, what was their requested rate of pay. And then you can see in the bottom, we kind of put some numbers to those different areas. For everyone where they answered yes, they get a point for experience. You can see we had, candidate 4, they have experience and certification in every area, most qualified individual on board. You can also see that their requested pay level is $95,000. So if you look at that and you look at how the points were awarded out, again, education level, 1 point per year of education. And then for pay, requested pay, if it's within budget, we gave them a point. If it's a cost savings, so the dollar amount that they're requesting is less than what we had budgeted, we're giving them 2 points. And if it's exceeding what we have budgeted, we're not giving any points for that portion of it. So you can see that candidate 8 had 14 points, candidate 6 and 7 tied for 12 points. Candidate 2 came in with 11 points. But ultimately, this is just kind of give you a high level overview. You'll be getting a packet with the additional materials and specifics on each of the candidates in the near future.
Any comments, questions?
I think that's great that we got 8 candidates.
Yeah. I like the point system. That works. It helps.
Yes.
All right. Good. Let's go on to the next one. Concerning the drainage easement maintenance for Falcon Ridge.
Peter already got there? I don't know if he's here or not. Okay, well, let me kind of just give a little bit of background on what's going on here. The drainage situation at Falcon Ridge, when I got here, was less than ideal. The builders had not maintained the drainage easements as they were building it. Some of them used it as a washout for the concrete trucks. We had substantial debris, carpets, construction materials that had been tossed into those drainage easements, which had allowed for the silt to back up and build up into the area. The thing that first brought it to my attention was when we started to see water standing on the road and right on the edge of the road. And that raised concerns for the stability and the structure of the road. And that being a very expensive fix, I reached out to the developer and told them that they needed to come out there and they needed to resolve the drainage issues so that we could get that water off of the roads and away from the structures. In doing that, we had several of the homeowners that approached the city and said, we see you guys are doing stuff out here. Here's another issue. So we went out and we actually went and walked the entire project, looked at it all, identified all these, reached out to the developer, and they have been out there for the last 6 months or so working on getting that brought back to what it was when it was approved by the city council. There's one section left where they still have to put a little bit of Curlex down and do the vegetative, plant some seeds so that we can get some grass growing. But the drainage has been taken back to what it should be, and it's going to be adequate to keep the roads clear from the water and keep all the mud and debris. In addition to that, Jim and Josh have been out there when they're building on the projects, making sure that they've got the erosion control in front of the homes to try and keep that mud and debris from entering into the road as well. The one thing that people, I'll come back to the slide here in a second, that the homeowners.
Where is the drainage easement?
I'm showing you right now.
Okay.
So one of the things that the developer failed to either adequately communicate or the homeowners failed to adequately understand is that the drainage easement was conveyed with the property to the homeowner. It was not dedicated to the city. It was not dedicated to anybody for maintenance. So when we contacted them and said, hey, these are not being maintained appropriately, they said, well, you need to go talk to the homeowner. The homeowners are supposed to maintain those drainage easements.
Who say that?
The developer. So we had conversations with the developer and I said, well, that's not going to be satisfactory because if you have a couple bad actors, it's not going to be sustainable. And so we sat down, we chatted about it, we talked to the HOA and I defined where the areas that the HOA is supposed to be maintaining. When the HOA was set up, they were not aware of this, 9-acre retention pond that needed to be maintained. They were not aware of, all the drainage easements that needed to be maintained throughout the project as well. They were basically maintaining the frontage along 407 and a little bit along South County Line Road, and that was the extent of what they were working on. So when they identified all the different parts of the projects that they were supposed to maintain, which included this area right here for a retention pond that's top of Lost Wagon, they came back and they went out and quoted it, and the prices that they came back with were substantially increased. So the HOA, people out here probably know better than I do. What was the increase that they were? $325. So they were looking at about a $325 per year increase on the dues. So when I talked to the HOA administrator and I talked to the developer, I said, hey, the city council has some dollars in our budget for part-time help in this upcoming year. I said, maybe we can work together. You guys can have some cost savings for the projects that you need to take care of and do on your side. We can throw those together, some of our dollars, and we can actually get a full-time employee where they'll take over and maintaining this, but then we also get to take the advantage of using our dollars to go out and help fix streets and roads and do all the other stuff that we need to have.
We get manpower.
It's a manpower. So the numbers that we worked out would be sufficient for the city to be able to bring on that additional person, purchase some of the equipment that would be necessary to come in here and do this maintenance. And when I told the developer what the price would be for it, the developer and the HOA said, yes, that's substantially lower than what we were getting quoted for if we were to go out and have this all maintained outside.
The developer said that?
The developer and the HOA administer. Cindy, well, no, they're not the same people. So Cindy.
They are the same. Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. The same people. Do some research.
Okay, so Cindy is a third-party contractor to.
She just administers
She's
it. The people making the
administrative
decisions, the
board.
developer and the funds.
Which is what I just said. They have the developer owns this project, and they're in charge of the HOA right now, but they contract out the operations of the HOA to a third party. So the HOA is the one that was out receiving bids and contracts, trying to determine what the cost was going to be to maintain this area right here.
The same people.
What was that?
It's the same people. The HOA board
Okay.
and the developer are the same people.
The board is the developers, the contract person is the person they have contracted to from multiple different developments in the area over multiple
Correct.
years. It's an incestuous relationship. They're all gonna get together and be all happy together, okay?
So there's the people making decisions are the builders.
Yes, without input from the residents,
The
but
developer.
Right, yeah, y'all are just cut out.
There you go. There's apparently no, coordination between the developer and the builder.
Well, and so.
If the homeowners don't.
In Texas, that's pretty common until it's built out.
Yeah, until they turn over and the city accepts dedication of the infrastructure and all type of stuff, chances are they're not going to turn over any of the control to the HOA to the residents. So ultimately,
That's what HOA is, residents.
yes,
Not yet.
Not yet.
That's all 100%
correct. It has to be transferred from the developer onto them at some point.
100% today.
So this was a proposal that we've been talking to them about over the last 3 or 4 months. I talked to Peter Paulson again two weeks ago, and he said that if we were able to do this for the price that was quoted to them, that they could fit the fee structure within the current assessment that the HOA was charging, that they wouldn't have to increase their prices for the residents to maintain all this area right here. Now, I know that Jimmy thinks that the city's on the hook to maintain all this drainage easement. That's not accurate. So I've been asking our city attorney to give us a legal opinion on that for a long time. I finally did get it back.
Really? That was a year ago.
Yeah. So, you know, we can hash it out and fight it out, but ultimately, if you go around and look at any of the cities, unless that has been dedicated to the city and the city has accepted the dedication, we're not even allowed to spend public dollars for private improvement. Can't do it. It's against the law. These are all dedicated, or they were all passed on to the homeowners. The HOA is going to be responsible to maintain those. So what we were trying to accomplish with this was to keep the fee structure for the HOA lower, but still provide value to the community and to others in the area. Let me go back to the previous slide.
I've been,
No, but
what was that? Why is this outline in red there?
because that was not identified. So this was us going back and forth and showing them what are the areas of the drainage easements and where is the HOA responsible for maintenance. And everything you see in green is what they had identified, and they've left out this section, which they needed to include.
So it should be green now.
Yeah, that is green.
Yeah,
It doesn't
Yeah.
catch all. There's no
that
doubt.
would be something you should take care
So
of.
it's got 2 retention ponds,
Yes,
one in the northwest corner and one in the middle.
Well, the whole northern end, but yeah,
yeah.
pretty much the whole northern. And then this one.
And that little retention pond there, stuff just blows in from
Yeah.
every direction.
Been out there many times.
So
Yeah.
Does it dry or does it hold water?
Water.
If it rains.
Yeah.
it has water in it every time I've been out there. So one of the issues that they're having out there is there's actually a lot of surface water that's just seeping out. And so, you know, there's constantly water in all of those drainage easements, whether it's from overwatering or whatever that's occurring out there. It is wet.
There's a lot of groundwater in that area we run into during the
It's state
septic.
drainage. All the water from that area drains to that property. That's what TCEQ says. It's state water drainage. It's not about the drainage, direct water.
Well, so meaning it comes off the state right away and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, the only state right of way that we'd be having in here would be FM 407, and the water flows to the south towards FM 407. So the water's not flowing upstream into Falcon Ridge, it's flowing from the north to the south.
No, it doesn't.
No,
Well, actually,
There's multiple areas along where it's at, but you can see at this point, right,
East. But not on your.
right here, you've got a major crossing culvert that's coming across 407. Back up over here, feeding into D Judge Lane, you've got another outlet here, but the water is flowing through out here and off into this property.
it flows to the east.
East and south, both.
Flows northeast.
Or northeast, okay.
Thank you. It flows, from my picture, it flows up.
Subject pond is floodplain.
So if that's a drainage easement from there, from the retention pond in red to the east, there can't be any houses there, right?
Yeah, there can be houses there. You've got
On either side.
houses to either side.
Yeah,
just
it's
not-
basically a ditch.
It's just a ditch.
So as I recall, the water plat for this, when we looked at it, drained it. One of these roads drains a major amount of water. And then it flows out to the east or it flows north to that retention pond.
Is that ditch leaving the retention pond concrete or?
No,
It's dirt
Where?
grass. The green,
leaving.
leaving the retention
Yeah.
pond, yeah.
No, it just goes into riprap over there.
That's not part of Falcon Ridge past
No,
what we see on
That's
the
just a field.
no, it's,
pasture.
it's part of that RV park.
Oh, really?
Side of that RV.
So we have reached out to TxDOT about the culvert that's under 407 right there. But the TxDOT said, we're gonna work on 407 in 8 to 10 years, and we'll work on that then. So, they're not going to move anything on that until they kind of have a better idea of what the overall plan is. We met with the agencies and with TxDOT last week, and we got an update on the 407 feasibility study. And I just got the notes forwarded to me from that meeting, so I'll forward that out to you as well, so you can read about what they're looking at on that.
So I
But
think it
ultimately-
was Lazy Oak anyway. I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
thinking back. I think it was Lazy Oak that drains to the north in that retention pond. Actually, the street is part of the water drainage system.
You mean Hidden Pond?
Thank you. Really, you're going this way.
Well, the Lazy Oak, see how Lazy Oak runs right through the middle?
Yeah.
It literally, if it doesn't drain to the east, it goes up Lazy Oak
Yeah.
through that little,
And
right there,
Yes.
into that retention pond.
So the HOA, the developer is the head of the HOA?
Yeah.
Yes.
And how often does your HOA have meetings?
You're right. No, 2 years I've been there.
Oh, you just paid fees?
Yeah.
Well, that's what just a week ago,
Why?
but he canceled.
The first one was
And that was assumed, it was gonna be a Zoom.
And we were clearly told that we weren't gonna be allowed to make comment in that meeting either.
So
Meeting, you
Yeah.
comment.
So when y'all bought these properties and into the HOA, the understanding was when it got built out, is that correct? When it got built out, then it passed over to you?
100%.
100%.
Right.
Not knowing that in between, it's just,
But in the things we signed, booklet, the HOA booklet we got, you're supposed to have an annual meeting. That was explained, never.
Okay.
If they raise HOA fee, he has to have in writing why he's doing it and all that. And that booklet that we see, by Texas law, they have to do that.
So how many are here from Falcon Ridge?
What is your total
We're
HOA?
not happy people.
Well, it was 500. That's what we read now, it's 825.
There's 825.
Dollars per guest?
It was 500.
Oh, your feet, okay.
In
It's
the
that-
most recent assessment, they tried to raise it from 500 to 825 a year to justify an increase from, what was it, 20-ish thousand to 75,000 for maintenance of,
This is the 325 for the maintenance.
yeah,
They were trying to.
25 per household, because they were trying to cover a quote of $75,000 to maintain.
I'm in the wrong
all this
business.
stuff.
I'm in the wrong business.
So what he did is, what he's doing is the city's making him fix these ditches, right? He's passing it on to us. Which they couldn't have done to begin with.
Well, I would have thought that was the original plat.
Well,
What
so
else does that
fixing,
cover? What else does that money cover?
So,
if you-
landscaping for the front, mowing.
Which isn't a lot.
Water for the front, electrical for several, you see the stars of the street lights.
It's kind
And
of.
$18,000 a year in HOA management fees.
Yes.
No kidding.
To do
Yeah.
what? To do what?
To do what? Yeah, remember the lady I said who's the third-party contractor who's been doing this with them for years? It went from 10,000 last year, 11,000 last year, 18,000 this year. We got quotes from other places for 7,500 to 8,000.
Which is what Avery Ranch pays for more homes.
Is half that.
Real good.
But we'll deal with that.
All right, it's good info.
so ultimately, this is something that, you know, when we were talking to the developer about it, the HOA developer, when we want to talk about it, the contractor that actually did the drainage easements initially is the one that came back out and did the repairs. It was subbed out. So that's been completed and done.
They're not done. The drainage ditches are not done.
There's one area that does not have perlux. We've had our engineer go out and work it. We've had measurements.
Engineer, right?
Yes.
Oh.
I'd like to develop it like that. From the beginning, when this was approved by y'all, so we could find that these ditches were even engineered properly for proper drainage. Because we have cracking happening on Lazy Oak, and somehow no one has developed this from waters.
So
Do we have their development agreement here?
honestly, I have been able to find it because it predates me. So we're digging through papers and files and scanning them in as we can, but I don't currently have it.
So how would it be advantageous to them, even if we did negotiate a agreement with the developer slash HOA who's.
Well, they said that it would result in no increase to their HOA dues.
And y'all's comment, the public comment at first was, let's sit on this until y'all actually have control of your future.
Yeah.
Okay.
And because we also have some other HOA companies that we've talked to, got some bids for landscaping for around 30,000.
Okay.
Versus 78.
These are what they-
78 plus how much everything has to be paid.
So ultimately,
I'm sorry.
The issue that we have is this needs to be maintained. The developer has turned it over to the HOA now. The
It's
HOA.
still, the property still belongs to the developer if you look in the deed record.
So
It doesn't sound like it's been turned over.
it has been turned over. Whenever the lot is sold, those
The
have been
drainage
platted.
pond is still under FM 407 development, which is not the HOA.
You're talking about the big one?
Yes, the 6+
That's
acres
407 development.
still belongs to 407 development and has not been conveyed to the HOA. So they're trying to charge us right now to maintain something that's not even
We
in
don't even know.
the HOA.
So we'll have to, I'm not aware of what that is. I just know that right there, they said, has always been part of the concept plan that was provided to you as green space, which was going to potentially have, you know, fill, park, whatever. It's underwater part of the issue that Great West Lake is.
Hasn't been with First American in the back end of their deeds, they are the owners of that property, 407 development.
And
It's not been conveyed to us.
I understand.
But
So
another question that we have, is what is the development agreement for that land? What condition was the developer supposed to leave that land in when they exit? And, you know, what was the intent from the beginning? Is it just supposed to be what it is now, which is an unmanicured?
are you guys comfortable if I?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I can tell you this, that there was really no forethought and there was really no plan put in place. Everything that's been done has been done after the fact by me reaching out to the developer and saying, this is not acceptable. We need to get something in place. We need to have a plan that's done for it. The dedication of those drainage easements and stuff, that has been dedicated. Now, the retention area in the back, he said that He said that that is going to be conveyed to the HOA. If it has not been conveyed yet, I don't know when they're planning on doing it, but I'll ask them about that as well, following this meeting. But all of that is going to be conveyed either to the HOA or to the individual homeowners. And so the decision, I guess, that the homeowners can make is they can say, you know what, we don't want the HOA to maintain it, we want the homeowners to maintain it. The problem that we have in that regard is if we go down that path and you get a few people that do not maintain it adequately, you're gonna end up with flooding upstream, and you're gonna impact the community as a whole. Which is why we went back to the developer and said, you need to take this and have a plan resolved for this, either dedicate it to the city and allow us to do something that's necessary to get this thing improved, or the HOA needs to take responsibility for that. They can't dedicate it to the city because they've already sold it and dedicated or given the property to the homeowners. They'd have to go back and recapture all of that easement, which has already been sold to the homeowners.
So, and I don't know I can't remember the original agreement either. I do remember the plat because I'm a hydraulics engineer and I do things like that. So,
They spent between $50,000 and $75,000 with Taylor Olson to write up the agreement between the city and the development, correct?
I don't know what they
Well,
mean.
They did. That was about 4 years ago when they came in and did that. And they worked with Don Dangster, and Don Dangster has the other housing addition.
Right.
I think he keeps about 51 housing additions going at the same time from Tosco, Alito. And so they had all the agreements, and we had agreements with them. Now, I never took the time to go through and read all that documentation, but our attorneys did, and their attorneys did. So I go back to Taylor Olson and review all that. So do any of you remember all the fees that they had to spend?
So we did go back to Taylor Olson and
on those agreements.
Taylor Olson is asking us for the final agreements. I don't, it's kind of the chicken and the egg thing. They were the ones that were working on the agreement. They were the ones that were working on it together. It's the same issue with Paloma Ranch. The developers have been unable to provide us a development agreement, and according to our attorneys, they're unable to provide us a development agreement.
So somewhere in our paperwork is.
Hopefully.
Right.
We're going through and scanning, and as we scan, we'll identify.
All right. I mean,
So this is an action item on the agenda.
Right.
Stand by.
But we're still in workshop. So let me jump in here. And so you're working with the developers and not the homeowners because that's who owns it. When it goes to the homeowners, supposedly, it sounds like it should have done that.
Mm-hmm.
But when it goes, then is the land deeded to the city?
No. It's owned by the homeowners.
It's all owned by the homeowners.
It's much like you with your private.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. If you're gonna clean up, then I want you to come clean my patio. Because if they get theirs cleaned, I want mine cleaned. But what I'm trying to do here is, I'm trying to bring us all together. So he's believing that he's dealing with the homeowners association. I'm hearing y'all say, you ain't the homeowners association. So I think when y'all become, and that's what I'm trying to figure out, when does that happen?
After 100%.
After 100%.
The
So.
thing is, they control all the lots, so that could be 10 years.
Exactly.
Because
There's
we have
no
to get
So
that.
if you're trapped under that,
Yeah,
and if they want to raise the fees, they raise the fees.
yeah.
Because he has a majority vote.
Does he support?
He's the board.
Well, obviously, he is the association, the developer,
Royal Crest, it's Royal Crest.
Royal Crest, Peter Paulson. He is the homeowners association until he says, I've sold them all.
Yes, they've been conveyed.
That's a topic for all.
Conveyed.
It is. I'm just trying to jump in the middle of this and understand where you're coming from. So under that thought, you just mentioned, it could be 10 years.
I lived 15
Does the
years.
city need to help you guys out? Would y'all like that? If not, we'll postpone it. That's what I'm hearing.
You know, the developer really should have been here for this meeting.
Yes.
He knew it was on the agenda. He knew what he was gonna get. That's why he didn't show up.
Well, I thought he was gonna show up to the meeting, so I agree with you. He should have been here to have the conversation and discuss it with everybody. But ultimately, you know, those drainage easements need to be maintained by one party or another. And I'll tell you this, if the city doesn't do this, the quote that they received, the best quote that they received was the $75,000 per year, which is that $325.
We have not received any quote for 75,000. That's what the developer threw out as a number that they said it was gonna cost And upon further conversation, that was just an estimated cost.
Well, again, I did not ask for the quote, but I'll ask for it, or for the quote that they have on that. But when I talked to them about it, they said that they received quotes from multiple parties and that
We were told last Friday that they're still receiving bids.
yeah, they've been trying to find something to bring that cost down for a while. When we had our conversations, that's why the conversation came up with the city. I said, well, maybe we can do a partnership, which brings your cost down and helps us to provide additional value.
And we get a manpower.
And we get some manpower out of it. So, ultimately, this is something the council can look at. If you guys don't want to do it, don't.
Well, it's an action item.
Correct.
Yeah, it's an action.
But to give you some of the ideas on how this works, this is not a long-term deal, however you look at it. What we're talking about is we'd be responsible for maintaining drainage easement, common areas. We have fixed maintenance on it during peak growing season and off-season timeframe. We've either installed or caused to be installed the flowers up in the front end, maintain that, do the weeding portion of that area. If there's any issues with their irrigation assets, we get repaired and fixed and pass the cost on to the HOA. And we would do that for $48,000 a year, which was a substantial savings over what the.
Actually, it's 48 plus 5, so that's pretty good.
Well, those are going to be direct pass-through costs. So whatever the cost is for that, we'll pass it, but it's not going to exceed $2,500. So I don't know exactly what those dollars are going to be. The HOA has issues. They have the opportunity to notify the city, and the city has 2 weeks to make remedy. If the HOA wishes to cancel the agreement anytime, they can do it with 90 days notice. They just have to pay through the end of 90 days. The city will continue to maintain through the end of the 90 days, and then they can move on down the road to another party. So
provided y'all are the HOA, which they are.
See, the developer's the HOA, so I can see that.
I understand that, that's what I'm saying.
We'll do that, so here we are paying taxes to the city of New Fairview, getting no services, and then paying another $48,000 through the HOA to maintain areas that actually are supposed to be city responsibility.
I'm sorry, those were not city responsibility.
Hey, Ben.
TCEQ they are.
Well, so if you'd like to bring your TCEQ out here, we've talked with TCEQ, we've talked to our attorneys, and we've looked at the case law on it, and you can go look at, just do a Google search for who's responsible for drainage easements in my yard, and you can pull up dozens of cities throughout the state.
The grantee is responsible for them, unless it's specifically written in the deed that the grantor is. And it is not written in our deeds that we're responsible.
So you're saying the grantee is responsible for it unless it's specifically written in the deed? Is that what you're saying? And who's the grantee of that property?
Right now, it's the developer.
Who's
That's why I've
ultimately,
been telling you for over a year to get him out there to get it cleaned up, Ben.
who's ultimately going to be the grantee of that drainage easement?
That's a good question.
After he's out.
That's a good question. It's a good
HOA.
HOA is going to be responsible for it.
Sounds like HOA eventually ends up with, but.
Whenever the developer says
Let's
so.
go.
There's no-
Right, like they're saying, it could be 10 years until he lets go of that last.
But in all reality, the city has no ability to impact or do anything to step into that relationship. When they bought the house, they signed the agreements, they entered into this contract with eyes wide open. This is simply a mechanism to try and create a solution that would help them and help the city. That's the extent of it.
Ben,
Mhm.
residents of Falcon Ridge are obviously not happy. They're not satisfied with any solution that's come their way, to an extent that they've even petitioned for this annexation to be on the ballot.
Mhm.
If this was approved and this annex in May, how would that affect this contract?
Well, the HOA has a contract with the city. The HOA is responsible to maintain that until they cancel it.
So the city would still maintain as per that contract,
Unless
even
we,
though they were not within part of the city anymore?
yeah, it's to our
So maybe
benefit.
it's contracts.
Do you want to have some additional labor out here helping to fix up the streets and to do the other parts of the stuff?
Here's the point. Citizens say they don't want to do this. Ben's having us reasons why we could do it, but we don't have to.
Correct.
And it's an action item, so we'll just walk past it.
Action items.
Right, the action item, as Steve said, we'll walk right past it. I brought up stuff that we can't do until later in the meeting.
I need to really fix about 2 minutes.
So we got one less commercial safety inspection. No, it sounds like. Okay.
So, but let me explain what's gonna happen. If they hold off. If you hold off though, their fee's gonna go up $325.
This engineer was speaking earlier, he said he had copies of all the development agreements that he's worked on. Right. Didn't he? That's what I was looking at.
I have worked on, I would, Falconer's was priority.
Yeah, right. I don't think you have
I would say, for what it's worth, they were to construct this properly. We've seen that
Okay, so that's the thing, is that y'all are, the city is the only people who can make the money from it. Which is what, I contacted you and said, hey, this isn't done right, he's contacted me and said, hey, this isn't done right. So you're saying it's not done right, we're saying it's not done right, and you're the only one that should have to do it right.
So the drainage easements are being done right. We've been out there together. They're being.
We have discussed with them, I said, we're going to walk through the street there to be fixed.
They're not fixed yet.
So Don's drainage is doing a final walkthrough to determine whether or not the drainage easement has been completed or has to be left to the side. So the final walkthrough we did together, there's still the ponding area. Correct. So I dropped there. I absolutely agree. So the last time we did one out there, we had all the drainage. The last time I was there, it was a children's playground, it's balls, it was IKEA, it was crap there. It was a bunch of additional items, so it was no longer the building. And then when I talked to the builder, I was talking to them about it, they have contractuals that are out there for the construction. Get the people to pay run the boxes, they're making these boxes, the furniture boxes, they're putting them in, and open things go check.
Well, I haven't done that.
I'm just.
I'm saying, well, there's another thing, is the city doesn't have, and I'm not saying this is justified, because I don't know, but
So recycling, we can do it, but that's just we pass directly straight on to the, and we possibly can do that. And the council said that they have no interest in increasing the cost, in waste services. So you want that right there. I brought them a goal to incorporate it and the council said no. So we need to talk to just need to figure it out.
we don't have, we have this.
That's what I did say. Call me.
Oh, really?
I tell you.
Well, usually people make you bring a utility bill.
Okay, we ready?
Well, you found a workaround.
It's on my street, Lazy.
Yes.
Y'all heard this big presentation about how water tears in the street.
Yeah, the cracking that's in it.
Yeah, and also from the, well, the water's draining off there, you can see like erosion coming, and water's coming. You can see it.
Yeah, so that area, we've already requested that, but it's not with the street on it, and they're going to have so there's a very good chance that they have that entire section figured out.
So the last video, like after you said that we're gonna do that, just around the cracks.
Yeah. Now, that's all, and then they're going to go back to everything. Don is going to get what's been last week, so he'll have to get a.
Is that something you guys want to about?
They don't, about 90% of the day-to-day operators consider it honest, but.
Because, I mean, that's kind of the way. city, because that is something you can invite.
Well, and we are.
Because we are being.
Well, actually, it's all very nice. I don't know. I know it's not. We are getting progress.
Oh, yeah. They were trying to charge us to all this lovely
Please let us continue.
That was not part of the original.
I will show you.
If you could forward me that, that'd be great.
I do have it.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you for tolerating the break. Many of us needed it.
We're old.
All right, so we're on item G.
What's that going?
And the fire department is here tonight, so any questions that we may have, and I think some of them may desire to speak, so we'll find out. But item G.
Again, this is an item that the council had requested to be returned to the agenda in the last meeting.
And Jim's not here?
No, Jim's not here either.
And he's your chief, is that right?
Jim.
Thank you.
Okay, is he on the call?
He got tired of me. Personal issues.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know you.
My name's Matt.
My name's Steve, I know you.
Already, there we go, Lauren.
I have you're welcome to speak all you want, but I have a question. And your chief has said it both verbally and in writing that the city has never contributed to your fire department.
Correct.
That's a lie.
Okay.
When I was mayor and council,
What was that?
20 years ago, we, and Joe Max was here,
Okay.
we contribute on a regular basis, $1,000 to your fire department. We spent, and when Monica was still here, this came up before, a year and a half ago, that we never helped you. I had Monica pull it up. We gave $48,000 at one time to the purchase of a fire engine, whether new, used, I don't know.
When was that? When was that exactly? Because none of us, we haven't been here that long.
Well, that's why.
That's 8 or 9. He's wife was born in 1999.
David was here. Okay, he's probably the only one that knows it. But we, at one time, your department needed this, special liquid that came in a 55-gallon drum that you mixed with water to help put out the fire quicker. David and I went together to the old fire department and put out burning bales of hay. So don't tell me and tell him to stop saying we never contributed.
It's all fair, and it's okay to say that, but I think, at the end of the day, we're grateful that you did that. We were unaware of that because none of us have been here that long. None of us.
I knew about that.
There's no record of it. They told for the old engine doesn't exist anymore. So there's, we haven't seen it. None of us have seen the engine. None of
Well,
us
he could have said, to my knowledge.
Well, maybe, probably right, you're probably right, but at the end of the day, we did not see it.
Okay.
All right, so fair enough, we appreciate you doing that for us. What we're gonna do.
Scott,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to also say, during that time, we fixed a lot of the roads. We operated on sales tax. And then we got to a point that we had, say, $3 million, and we put like half of it into roads.
Yeah, I remember we did that, yeah.
And then we said, what are we gonna do with the other half of that money? And we started designing a fire hall and a city hall. And that was a major contribution to the fire hall, to build that fire hall over there. We originally wanted to build an Austin stone building, but then we were hit with 2009 and the economy went straight down and we could not build what we originally planned. We paid an engineer to come in here approximately $100,000 to design the building. David Planky worked with us on that, but we knew that having a fire hall, it would be like at Justin or other fireplaces, a place for the community to meet together, a place for the citizens to meet together. And that's why you have the large bathrooms over there and the shower stalls. And even we went there while the development of that building was going on, and we added the stairways up. We said, don't waste the space upstairs. And I believe that's where the ambulance people are gonna be. Is that correct?
Yeah. Right.
And we did that, and we finally got the metal buildings built in like 2011, somewhere in that time. And I have to think a lot about what has happened in the past. The older you get, the more you forget.
And if you recall, Joe Banks, that building,
We wanted to do a lot of things for the fire department. Council members wanted to do things for the fire department.
we tried.
There was conflict and disagreement about contracts with the fire departments, but that was happening throughout all the 19 different fire districts within the county. And if you look during the last year, even this last paper about 2 weeks ago said that the local fire departments, I mean, the volunteer fire departments were having a hard time getting volunteers to work. Is that correct? Within all the cities? And they were worried about the future. There was a paper article about that. But everybody,
Models of the facility that you guys are providing here in Fairview. And
Excuse me, address the council, please.
that was just, you know, we really want to support you.
We did. Joe Max is absolutely right. That building actually is foundation is set to put Austin stone on the outside when the day comes.
So you know how long we've been in the city hall now, or in the multipurpose building?
Right, but Joe Max also made the point that the fire department and the city.
For whatever reason.
It was ugly.
Yeah, it was ugly.
So I was here. It was ugly. So the city's trying.
We have new leadership, y'all have new leadership, we can all come to the table, we can agree on something.
Right. We needed the intermediate and we actually got that with this gentleman over here. So, and I'm grateful for that. I really am.
Agree.
So I'm sorry, let y'all finish your time.
So, long story short, we can help each other out. We're not here to argue or go over what happened in the past and past quarrels. We can move on and be adults about this.
No, I don't know of any past quarrels. The only thing I know is that your chief keeps saying that.
Okay.
Well,
that has nothing to do with what.
Well, we took a vote today before we came here. And we decided that we want to move forward with the city. We want to work with you together as a unified body. Go ahead, Aaron.
I'm Mark Pearson, by the way, I'm standing up there too. Real quick, past quarrels, okay? I'm not trying to dig patches, but if you want that, it was something to do with, the old fire department and the old council, not any to do with you guys. I don't know if you were here or not. So what it was is yes, here's your building, but this council, not this council, but the old council wanted everything, everything.
I was part of
that American or no, yes, the fire department had. Here's your. They wanted our.
No, that was not.
That's
Lou Moran, I was part of that. Lou Moran, I know our.
All right.
So there was conflict.
But yeah, there was.
And let's just let that down. Let's let that down.
Again, that's a history.
Our previous city secretary confirmed what you said.
Okay.
Yeah, that was, agree. There was conflict, we'll call it that, and this is different. So let's see what we can do.
Yeah, we wanted, the citizens is what we want to take care of. We want to make sure they have fire services, emergency services, and those things that you provide.
Right.
I like the idea. I like the idea of an ambulance. I can throw a stone. So, and I appreciate you guys. Y'all are not paid.
And like you, we appreciate you guys.
Right, but, so we do need to move past the history. We are where we are today. Steve has got a point, Joe Max had a point, we're trying to work with you guys, but at the same time, there were other circumstances that got in the way of all this and made it muddy and ugly. We'll just state that.
Okay,
So we're gonna let you say your piece and tell us what you think.
We're ready to move forward with you guys, as a group, as a team, for the better of the citizens of Fairview. That's what it comes down to. Yes, sir.
there was some, last week when you guys couldn't be here for whatever reason. There were some questions that were asked amongst the council, things about, why, or how can you guys do the inspection? Are you capable? Is it going to interfere with emergency services? It was a myriad of questions, and hopefully the council members will ask, because I'd like to get that squared away, so that everybody has an understanding or comfortable with us moving forward with this source inspecting the wells in order to fund, emergency services. The cost of the equipment to do so.
What's the question?
So that could be
Ask us.
really deep, that could be really deep.
Okay, one of the big issues was, after much discussion, it was determined that this is revenue neutral to the city. No advantage financially to the city whatsoever. So why would we do it?
I think the advantage is going to be to them.
How much money is estimated to come in from this?
It depends on what the fees that this council,
Assuming it's $2,000.
it'd be just under $900,000 a year.
412, does 412 include the commercial businesses?
900,000 a year.
Does 412 include the commercial businesses?
No, there's about 440 gas wells and then
Plus
the businesses.
Okay. So 9, what?
About 900,000.
And I think part of our problem, and I say our, as a group, I don't think we understand the term revenue neutral. What it means, I mean, and I may be wrong, but to me, that means we're not gonna put money in the bank. We're gonna collect it, we're gonna take that money to keep buying equipment, to keep progressing, to make the department grow. And we're not just gonna put it in a savings account.
So as long as we use a contractor to train our fire department, what's the split?
Well, there's not going to be necessarily a split. It'll be a transition. Year one, they're going to charge us, they said, between $600 and $700 per well to get the initial setup, the GIS maps created, do all that type of stuff.
Year one.
And then they will work with the department to train them over that course of that year. In the second year, we'll come back and we'll reevaluate and say, how many of these wells do we need them to do quality checks on based upon the first year's training and the experience that we've had? So, what is the split year? What is the versus year two? I couldn't tell you those numbers. That's going to be an iterative process. What I can tell you though is that, to your term, it's revenue neutral. What that means is they get the equipment that they need to be able to do the inspections, but that equipment can also be used to respond to fire events or to emergency medical events. So the benefit to the community is they're in new vehicles using new equipment to provide services to our residents. And something that the council is not aware of that you probably need to be aware of, they're not responsible for the city of New Fairview. They are contracted with Wise County to provide services for unincorporated areas. So, it's going to get to a point because of the resources that they have and the equipment that they have that's aging, where they're going to have to say, we don't have a funding source for this fast growing city that has dollars coming in. We're going to repeal and we're going to go back and we're going to take care of the county because we can accommodate those calls. We can't necessarily accommodate these calls for the city.
Right. So this is a deep question too. Geosciences, who does this well inspection, and guys, I'm not saying anything against y'all, and effort is always worth more than I can say. But the people who do these inspections, how much training do they have? Do firemen, and again, guys, don't take this personally, do they actually have experience enough to actually do these kind of inspections? I hear from one side they do, but I gotta wonder as an engineer, that's a pretty detailed thing.
Well, so you guys asked that question of the engineer or the guy, and he said, yes. He said, we can train people to do it. Julie asked, can volunteers do it? And he said,
this was geoscience.
This is geoscience. He said he's never seen volunteer fire departments do this type of a program.
But he could train somebody.
He can train people to do it.
When they hire an employee, they hire an employee with no
Oh,
training.
yeah, no, I understand. This is a 3-4 year process.
My question is, and I guess the problem I'm having is that
Hey,
the
Dad.
fire department will look the same like as a police department. So in a police department, you have a chief, right? And that's necessarily, I guess that would be their boss.
Eventually,
The
yes.
chief of police is
Yeah,
the boss
yeah,
of
somebody has to.
the police. Is the fire department work the same way?
We are set up as individual members, so we all have a vote.
So Eastwise, you're Eastwise Fire. Eastwise Fire has a chief.
And fire chief and assistant chief.
Okay, I'm just trying to ask a question.
Excuse me.
No, it's fine.
Hey, Joe.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
So educate me, because I'm.
It's a fair question.
Eastwise Fire has the chief.
Yes.
That chief has written a letter to the council and to the city saying he is not interested in working with us. He doesn't want to go forward. He wants nothing to do with the city council and gave a list of reasons why. So I'm trying to educate myself and get to the bottom of what's going on. So I took time off work the next day after that happened and I called him.
Right.
Have you heard about
I've
this?
heard about it, yes.
He was very mad, did
Yeah.
not want to talk to me, did not want to talk to any of us. In fact, I think he ended up hanging up on me if I remember right, but my reason for calling him is to thank him for your service. Thank you guys for all that you do.
Yeah.
Nothing's more important than the police and fire. I'm a police family. I think it's very important. I hold you all in high regard. Thank you for your service, the military, all of it, hands down. You're the heroes, 1000%.
So,
But he made it under no uncertain circumstances. He said, nope, me or my men are having nothing to do with this. That's now.
so here they stand.
Yeah, so.
We are here for a reason today.
So you
Yeah.
need to respond to that question and explain how it works.
So we came up, this afternoon and we said, look, we know that the letter came out. We know that, you had a conversation with Jim. We know that it didn't go very well. And, we also know that the funding is crucial to our existence moving forward for the future of our department. So we came together as a group and we said, we want to revisit this with the council because we feel that strongly about it. We want to put the past in the past and we'll move on together as a group, like I said a minute ago. It is critical for us that we have this funding in place so we can build the department, so we can get new volunteers, provide the citizens with better service and better equipment that we have to utilize. So these are all key factors. We wouldn't be able to do that without the funding that's.
Do you have his blessing?
We voted on it. We took a vote today, because we came here and we said, these are the facts now. These are the new facts. The council has approved the funding for itself, the actual budget for it, I believe, in a previous session. And, we said, okay, we want to move forward with the council. So who was in favor? And we all unanimously said, we want to pursue this.
Including the chief.
Well, the chief did not participate in the vote.
He's not voting.
That's not unanimous.
Well, no, the people that were there. So, yes.
There's 90%.
So here's
So the
something,
highest half.
here's something
Unless he's your boss.
that is.
He's not our boss.
Well, that's why I asked the first time. like-
Somebody has to run the department.
He's the boss on the ground.
He's the bigger
fire.
Correct. He's a bigger.
He's the paperwork person.
So.
Somebody runs the scene, the captain or the chief or any other officer will run the scene.
But as an organization, you're all voting members.
Correct. We have the same vote.
Okay, so this has come up, sorry, does that? Some people feel like, you should transition into the new Fairview Fire Department. I don't feel like that. I think you ought to be completely independent, stay just like you are.
We're good with that too.
You are?
We're good with that. If that's the desire of the council.
We discussed it and we don't care about our name.
I think Ben made a good point, though. We're gonna bring work for you guys in a very concentrated area, and your area is large. So we need to walk past this, and we need to quit throwing darts at everybody. We don't have our big boy britches, and
yeah,
let's walk past all this, but still, anyway.
Well, I
We're willing to do the work, obviously. That's why we're here.
absolutely support these guys, 100%, but people can't go around saying things that aren't true and expect to be supported.
So it goes.
That's what it is.
Okay.
And then would it concern you, like, just say you're running a business, I've owned a business before, if you're running a business that nobody, if it volunteer firefighters are out there doing well inspections, who's like per contract, who's on the hook? What if you don't want to? What if you get sick? What if you move? We have all this money spent, now the city's in huge debt and the taxpayers are trying to pay this off. What bothers some of us is that there's nobody on the hook who has to do this. This has to be done in order to repay these loans.
Mhm.
So if you're volunteers doing,
Well, that's right. We are volunteers and that's what we do. That's us. We are for the community. And we're not just, when we say we're gonna do this, yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna.
I might not be getting my point out.
I get you. We're not gonna run 200 tails and run away.
But
What, you lose people, you're down to a small
I'm not
group.
saying anything bad.
We have the manpower to be able to continue to do this. We're putting ourselves on the hook for you guys.
Yeah, I get it.
And y'all don't know the future, and we don't either.
Right.
So your numbers dwindle, so now you've got only what you can respond to, but we've saddled, the city has taken the responsibility and saddled you with the responsibility. So how do we, is that what you're trying to say, Julie?
Right.
So how do we all feel comfortable about that and move forward?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How long has Jim been with the department?
Jim's been with the department probably 9 or 10 years, I would think.
And how long has David Planky been with the department?
20.
Almost 20, yeah, yeah.
What's
Since the very
the
beginning of the-
tenure of your core group of people? How long have they been with the department?
Anywhere from 4 to 5 years, probably.
But this is gonna be something new to you. You've never done this before.
Correct, yeah.
So the citizens, I think, from the feedback we're getting.
I think it's a fair question, yeah.
Well,
So-
and I don't think it's anything they can't learn. Absolutely.
And I think you had a person here last time, you had a council meeting, correct? Who explained how this would work and how the training would go. I believe it's for a course of 2 years, maybe the training? Is it
Well, the training will be a
12
year,
months?
and then we'll evaluate at the
Somewhere
end
around
of
that.
12 months.
But there's oversight.
We all have to be willing to dedicate our additional time to make this happen.
Right.
So the
This is,
Because you can't buy off the final paperwork. Geosciences has to.
Yeah.
So that's always gonna be there.
Right.
Okay.
so after, assuming, assuming in year one that everybody's trained, then geoscience, we maintain them for.
All the insurance.
Yeah, so at that point, after these guys are trained, then what's the split?
The contract gets redone, so
After a year?
after a year, what we're assigning for is every year, we're gonna go back and work on our budget, and we're gonna determine what does that look like.
So if they want how much, Geo wants how much per well?
For the first year, they said between $600 or $700 per well.
So assuming that 2,000, that would give these guys 1,300.
Well, so you give this,
It doesn't give them, so what this works out for is they're getting a per well inspection fee that they get to use as a stipend or pass it on, whatever they're gonna do with the per well stipend for that. The city purchases the equipment and then makes that equipment available for the department to use. The city maintains the asset.
so we maintain ownership and the asset.
Correct.
Yes.
So the city would own the equipment.
If the city has the assets, how does that help them? I mean.
Because they're using our building right now, and they'd be using our truck in our building.
So equipment wise, the city would provide a fire department and they would operate them. Right. Is that
Well, another
too
thing-
simple?
And another thing that I guess the research that we kind of came across was also what's being proposed to give you guys to do this isn't gonna cut it. You're gonna need more, and you're gonna need way more expensive equipment than what's been talked about. So the price tag has we're not even at that yet. That's just to scratch the surface. You guys are gonna,
Well, when Ben and I have been working on the budget, we came up with a 5-year budget, I believe. So.
Which includes the purchase price of a bumper truck, and it
Two
includes
brush
the
trucks.
purchase price of additional equipment
But
and gear.
these two trucks that do the inspections, they were how much? 175 for both of them?
Yeah, about $175,000 purchase.
So we were getting SUVs.
That's what we're talking about.
For both of them.
SUVs.
We're buying Escalades.
That's for both of them, not.
No, that's both of them, yeah.
But that's just part of it. They're gonna need.
Oh, yeah, down the
Cameras,
road.
they're gonna need
Sure.
this, they're gonna.
Yeah.
There was a whole
Those are-
equipment bridge, yeah.
But that's not even on the bill yet. We
Yeah,
have
it's, that's the purchase of equipment and the
Geo
equipment.
guys that you're gonna need a lot more than what's proposed.
You mean about for the inspections itself?
So,
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He said you're gonna, and that's why I was hoping that
Yeah.
you guys could be here the same time he's here.
Yeah.
Because he said you're gonna need a lot
It
more.
was always gonna be.
Geo never said that, because Geo is going to provide us the equipment list too.
Maybe to train, but they're gonna need more equipment to actually do the work. And that's part of the
That's what
problem too.
That's what I'm trying to say, is Geo is putting together the equipment list. They're providing us the list, so we couldn't need more equipment than what Geo is saying we need, because they're giving
About
us
the
the list.
figures that you gave us, it doesn't include all of it. Of all the money you're gonna need, we're not even there yet. We don't even know how much more we're gonna need to get everything that they're gonna need.
No, we don't have an exact number. So what
Correct,
we've done
that's
is
my
we've
point.
estimated it, and we have dollars in here to do it. If we're collecting $900,000, and we're spending $175,000 on equipment, plus $600 or $700 per well, we still have a delta to deposit it that we get to use towards equipment and gear that the guys need. How expired is your bunker here?
Go ahead. Everybody's talking, speak.
Go ahead.
On similar sized cities with 400 and something wells, it takes 2 people 8 hours a day, 5 days a week to complete those on an annual circuit. If you have 2 trucks that they want to use in fire rescue, are we gonna leave the trucks here? They're gonna take their own vehicle? How is that going to benefit them if it takes 2 people and 2 trucks, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week to accomplish 400 or something?
Harvey, where'd you get those numbers?
It was a city in Nebraska. I threw it away because I thought this was done with, but I can pull them back up.
Yeah, so the city of Denton, to give you kind of an idea, the city of Denton has about half the number of wells that we have, and they have one person that does the inspections.
But
And then
they also have a company that does the rest of them.
the same company that we're contracting with.
Right, but it's not one person. They have one person plus a company.
Correct, and that one company does not do inspections on every well every year. So,
We're proposing every year, so 400 wells every year.
because the city of Denton does biannual inspections. They do it twice a
We're
year.
not gonna get the 2,000 for the 400 year wells every year. We're gonna get half of that.
No, we're gonna do an inspection every year, $2,000 per year.
That's what.
I said Denton does biannual inspections. We're proposing to inspect every well every year. They do it twice a year.
Wait a minute, Ben, I've lost here with him too. That costs one person to do biannual inspections for this number of wells. So we're gonna do it every year. Is that not 2 people? Is that not what he
So
said?
you've got half the wells, one person doing the inspections every year. 2 inspections per well site each year, 1 employee. That 1 employee reports back to the stormwater director.
So he could basically do 400 in a year because he's only doing half the number. That's what you're trying to say.
No, he does, and they work in collaboration with modern geoscientists to do it. He talked to you guys about this last week, and I asked him the question. I don't know if you guys recall this. I said, is 4 hours a reasonable?
Geoscientists here.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So I asked him, is 4 hours a reasonable estimate for you to do a test of the site and to complete the paperwork? And he said, yes, it is. If you calculate those numbers out, then you're looking at less than a full-time employee. How many hours do you guys spend each year on your boot drive? Collectively amongst all you guys?
Do 3 to 4 boot drives, 3 days for the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so 8 hours a day. So.
8 guys, 10 guys?
Yeah. And we're going to 10 guys.
So that's 80 times 3, that's 240 hours. How often a month?
Four times a year, 8 to 4 times a year, so, yeah.
Okay, 800. What did I just say?
It's almost 1,000 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we're not talking about taking and creating existing new hours. What we're saying is if you do this, you collect $900,000 in inspection fees. If they continue doing the boot drive, which is approximately about the same number of hours we're going to be looking at for the inspection program, you guys generate how much on your boot drives?
$12,000, yeah.
So $48,000 a year, or they spend about the same number of hours and they generate $900,000 a year. Where do you want them to spend their time and their resources? And you want to have those assets available to the community so that when we need to have a fire truck show up or we need something to show up, we have the resources to pay for it.
I like that idea. Still seeing 1,760 hours, 4 hours away. Is 1,760 hours.
Yeah.
So you just said they're burning 1,000 on boot drives. We help them out.
So you have 10 dives times 80, that's 80 hours.
Right.
And then you have
3 days.
3 days, 4 times a year.
240.
2,040 hours in there.
So you're getting more than 2 sets of equipment,
Yeah.
2 sets of trucks.
So we have you guys that are out here doing this. I don't think you're going to stop doing your boot drives, are you? So what we're saying is though, you can dedicate the time and the resources that are here into creating something that creates greater value for the department compared to what they're already spending hours doing some of this things.
So these trucks that we contemplate purchasing, they are not fire trucks.
They're going to be, you guys can kind of explain what they are, how they work.
They're command vehicles, basically. It's a vehicle that we use right now. We have a Tahoe, for example, right now, that's a primary response vehicle for us for medical emergencies. It is not a fire truck, but is like I said, it's a response vehicle for EMS.
So would you be able to use these SUVs and emergency response?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're getting a call, we're on a bone inspection. We're already in the vehicle. We can respond even quicker because we don't have to come back to the station.
Is there such a thing as racking these trucks where you can remove the inspection and put in fire equipment? Emergency vehicle crash, personnel.
Absolutely. They'd be fully loaded with everything that we need to respond to a 911, both on the medical and on an MBA case.
Unless you're in a well inspection, then it's filled up.
Yeah, but the well inspection equipment is not that overwhelming to put in the back of the truck.
It's not,
Yeah,
okay.
It's small.
I was under the assumption it was a,
There's plenty of room in an SUV, obviously.
Since you're Eastwise Fire, so that Eastwise County, are there other cities that maybe could help? Why is New Fairview the only little city on the hook for this money? Are there other cities that can help?
But
There's no other city within Wise County that's not associated with another city.
There's no other
So
city that.
Rome's got their type fire department, Newark got theirs, Decatur has theirs, so what other city is there?
But you help in just in Fairview.
We cover 67 square miles of territory. And our primary contact with the county is for unincorporated areas of Wise County.
Southeast.
Southeast, correct.
So the actual Wise County couldn't pitch in any of this, no other cities can?
Yeah, we get a county check every month. But that's to cover the unincorporated areas.
But these wells are all in our city. So, yeah.
They're within your city limits, yes, right.
So
But if his
it's all
equipment, I'm
ours.
saying if his
I
equipment
mean,
is gonna be,
we're making the expenditure, but it's all ours. All the money coming in is ours.
so this equipment would be owned by New Fairview.
Yeah, yes.
Maintained too. And at least.
We're doing the work for you.
For a dollar
In
or
return,
something.
it's use the equipment.
So we lease it to them for a buck a year or something, but we're still ownership.
But
It's essentially,
whatever,
you should use it.
doesn't matter, whatever.
So the quicker we do these inspections, quicker and the more money they're gonna have. Quicker.
Correct.
But we have to take a loan to get this equipment, is that?
No,
No.
we satisfied that last meeting.
That was
All right, good. All that fog got lifted?
yes.
Because that confused me too.
I'm not supporting the loan.
I'm an engineer and that confused me.
Okay.
So we're not gonna have to borrow any money to buy equipment for anything. Is that right?
I can't answer that until we know what's going on later. What does the city do? Because where are your dollars getting spent in the near future? I don't know where that's gonna be. As it stands in the last meeting that we had, yes, there's money in the fund balance that could be used.
But that doesn't, that's not gonna cover all the equipment they're gonna need. They're gonna have to buy.
$175 is the initial expenditure.
$175.
All the equipment, what I'm saying. $175. Oh, sorry. I got it, I'll dump it right there. It's okay. So that's right, all the equipment, the trucks and the equipment. Okay.
I think, last meeting, we resolved that we would borrow from the general fund and then
Replenish.
it would, yeah, that's required by.
We're not going outside the market.
Exactly.
We're gonna borrow from ourselves.
We're borrowing from ourselves. And, the program would be self-supporting once they get the equipment going.
And it would pay us back into our general fund,
Yes.
which is our savings account. Is that what appears, Steve?
Yes.
So one question also that was brought up was, man, I don't know how to ask this politely, but, so are y'all 501c
Yes,
independent?
yes.
So part of the previous history conflict that came up was having some kind, and I don't know, Ben knows this probably much better than I do, but was at least some kind of oversight in the financial situation or the certification of all the firemen, so that when something goes wrong, the city can say, hey, we have these certifications and we have this oversight on the East-Wise Fire Department. So anything happens within the city.
Well,
So is that,
we're not gonna be, in bed together, practically. We're
Yeah,
providing services to you.
I agree.
And in return, are being able to use your equipment. So, as far as the oversight is concerned, I don't really think it's necessary.
Well, there will be some oversight, because every year,
We're gonna have to the extent that he's operating on.
yeah, not to the extent that
We don't tell them what to do,
Right.
but we control the personally.
What were you gonna say, Ben?
So every year, a budget's gonna have to be built.
Yeah.
And that budget is gonna be worked on in collaboration with the
Correct.
East West Fire. And
So
then
we
it's
have
gonna
some
be
oversight of that.
presented to the council for approval.
So I don't understand, why would we do that?
Because the dollars that we're using, if you look at the budget that the council approved, it has operating costs associated with operating the department. Bunker gear, training requirements, all the things we talked about. Now, the agreement that we had negotiated as well required them to change the name to New Fairview Fire Department, Volunteer Fire Department. It also required them to provide a seat for the city staff to participate in the fire department meetings and stuff of that nature as well. So there was oversight built into this as we had initially planned it.
Is this plan that you came up with?
It was a plan that we've been working on with the fire department for 18 months.
You and him,
No, I met with the entire fire department.
Yeah, all of us.
All of the members.
not the council, though.
And the
We're
council.
in the dark on this.
No, the council, we started the conversation with the council on this on December 2nd, and we've had multiple ongoing conversations throughout the intervening time frame.
Lately, we're
Not
Yeah,
lately.
it has.
not the negotiations.
So do you guys remember how long ago was it that we adopted the ordinance for the commercial safety inspection?
That was February 2nd?
A year ago.
Yes.
This plan was presented to the council a year ago. You
Yes.
guys approved this a year ago. So to say that this has been a recent conversation
No, sir.
is disingenuous.
No, sir, no, it is not. When this originally came up on February 2nd and the commercial inspection program was passed and implemented, there was never any talk about doing this type, no, sir.
With the volunteer fire department?
Well, no, there was some talk of that, but of just buying minimal equipment, not of this funding completely to start the program.
So we started the budget process. We had the conversation in February. We adopted the ordinance, and then we started the budget process in March and April.
Yes.
They funded all that through the budget process. We had the conversation. We talked about it, and the council here
I have a
approved that
figure.
budget.
I know they approved the budget, but they didn't look and see what the heck it was for. That's the
Well,
problem.
we did have. this
That's why
conversation.
we have the stuff on the agenda tonight, is because you're not supporting the council.
So.
That's
Real question. Let me just.
No, sir. This is why.
Stop
we are
being
here.
angry.
It's not part of the council.
I apologize.
What, I just want to clarify, what is it that you're saying I did not present to the council?
I apologize.
No, let's hear it.
I want to know what I didn't present to the council.
It was always my understanding that the difference in the money, we would always reinvest in the city fire department, in the fire department equipment. And difference between the 600 and the 2,000.
So we mad that he made a deal with the firemen and we didn't know about it? Is that what's?
He's making future plans for the fire department to go into the city that no one else is privy to or anything until it's a done deal, and he's mad that we don't buy into it.
Okay, no, that's fair. I see where you're coming
Now,
from.
when we first discussed this, as I remember, and maybe this is not the first time, but we were talking about approximately $500,000, and we were talking about borrowing $350,000 and paying back interest
That was
of $36,000. No, it wasn't. It was all together. That's why we turned it down.
Right.
It was all that together.
But that's
And
not
they
what
had
we're
some,
doing.
had some maintenance equipment and stuff
Right.
involved in it. But then,
That's not the growth thing.
and then the
You're right.
council got together and wanted that stripped out, and that's where we're at now.
So, and Steve, here's.
I apologize, Mayor.
That's okay, Steve. We appreciate it. So here's something, to have a conversation with you about this. So originally, when I was on the city council and we hired a city manager, when Guard came in here, we knew nothing of how to operate a city. That's why we hired Ben. That's why I was part of that city council. We hired Ben because he knew these things. Now, what was I gonna say exactly? It was a very important point. So if we gave him responsibility, and I still expect him to run the city, but he has to do it with oversight from us and direction from us. If we're not involved enough in the thing he's doing, then I think that's on us as much as it is him. But in his job, his day-to-day job, he was given authority to make these kind of deals. He was given authority to say, make a path for us to get where we want you to go. So we gave him direction and said, we want to go here. Now, we may be looking this way, and Ben, sure enough, he's good at this. He'll go left, and then he'll come back around.
We'll get back to commercial inspections. I apologize.
That's all right. So, but anyway, he will go left and then go right and then go left again. And he did exactly what Steve said a second ago, lost me in all of that.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's in the budget. So it's like I said last time, I'm good to go with it.
Right.
I feel like it was stuck in there. Council did not know what they were looking at. They trusted Ben to give them the right information. But it is in there.
I knew what I was looking at. I knew what explained. So don't sit there and say the council didn't know what they were looking at and voting.
I knew what.
I knew what I was looking at. I knew what I was looking at.
Okay.
We need to stop getting angry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but tell me I didn't know what I was doing.
Control the meeting.
Okay. Very politely, John.
You knew that, and you knew that you're gonna be, funding the,
Yes.
Yeah, that we were gonna provide money to help the fire department, and he was giving them the fire bill.
Yes.
So what the point I'm getting at was, we hired this man to help us go through. If it looks like he's driving the bus, or we're following along, then shame on us. We need to tell him to go to the back room.
That's not wrong. This is not what we're
I
discussing.
know, again, I'm just telling you. I'll add.
Oh, okay. Let's get back to the safety inspection.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
All right. So is there any more discussion on the safety inspection? I think we beat it.
Yes, and I support it, and it's my fault. I thought it was on the agenda as an action item.
Well, it is in a way, because it is you have to establish the fee tonight. Until we establish that fee, they cannot start the program.
That's right.
That's what's on the ordinance.
That's what's there.
Thank you.
So are we allowed to include some sort of reassurance that instead of just it being done whenever, however, by whoever, that there's a little bit more organization?
So
Council can.
we have to bring back a contract for the council to approve. What we're doing is we're building all the components of the project. The initial person that we were trying to work with was Rod Weatherby, who was the person who set up the commercial well safety inspection program for the city of Denton. The city of Denton transitioned him out. He still works for the city of Decatur, he still works for the city of Boyd, still works for a bunch of other cities out in this area. It didn't work out. So we had to pivot, and that's when we reached out to Modern Geosciences and said, hey,
We'll do it ourselves.
he was gonna help us set up the program. Same thing. We've been working on this for 18 months. And so we've been having conversations going along to get to the point where we had the appropriate players in place to be successful. Modern Geosciences, they worked up the proposal. We sent it out to the council. We showed you what the inspection process would look like, what their costs would be, and how those dollars would work. When the council approved the budget, we did have substantial conversation up into the time, just before the budget was adopted, when you guys did the council retreat, and the council came in here and said, you know what, we're not sure that we want to set the tax rate because there are some other concerns that we'd like to have. Julie was concerned about streets. She said we may need to raise taxes for streets. Mickey Malone said we may need to increase taxes for public safety. So this conversation has been ongoing and continuous up until the day that that budget was adopted. And the conversation has been continuous, essentially. Every time we had posted this on the agenda for a discussion regarding the budget, we were discussing these things.
Okay, now, it's not, not an action item, right?
No, there's an action item to adopt an ordinance to amend the fee schedule to incorporate.
Action item A.
8A.
Yeah, I know. But it.
Okay,
So one of your concerns, Steve, was maybe this wasn't finalized until the whole plan wasn't laid out. Is that?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
okay. Any other discussion?
No.
Well, I just have a comment. If we get this started, which I think it should be, then, I think y'all should give the council a report, for the first 2 or 3 months to see where we're at.
I think that would automatically happen anyway, through,
No, not through Ben.
no, I'm not saying through Ben.
Okay.
I was asking you for the name of the company.
Okay.
Modern Geosciences, yeah. So I'm sure that, that would be set up accordingly, so. Yeah.
Let me clarify. I said I'm good to go with what is budgeted. I am not good to go with, absorbing East Wise Fire Rescue into New Fairview. I think you guys need to stay autonomous.
Yes. Yes.
Good, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Adjourn. We have some motions to adjourn this working session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I make a motion, we adjourn the work session.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we need a break before we go into the regular session. We're good.
I need water. Anybody else need water?
I need Snickers. Yeah. I go.
The motion is not.
Anybody else?
I'm sorry.
Look here, look here. Let me show you this. Dude. That's a little. That's 50 years old. That's as old as it is. It is. I've been retired for 19 years.
Need water?
No.
Oh, thank you.
Don't make me do that again.
Somebody check your hammer if you got
I apologize, I scolded everybody, but he said he wanted to follow for it.
All right, we're back from the good break. We are going to resume the regular session now, 9:47. We will skip, just quickly, I'll revisit the open forum. I think Jimmy said his questions were answered, so he didn't have anything. Anybody else want to speak? All right, we're gonna push on then to new business.
You can speak on each agenda item.
Yeah, if you want to speak on an agenda item, you can do that too.
I can just say it now because
Okay.
I didn't know this before. So I just wanted the council to be aware that,
I'm sorry, your name was?
my name's Nina House, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
I
right.
wanted the
Thank you
council
for
to be
that.
aware that, I had contacted Ben, and we've already talked about it this evening, regarding the cracking that's happening on Lazy Oak Drive in Falconbridge. And, this is very alarming to me, especially considering the presentation by the engineer that happened earlier, talking about the poor condition of the subsoil and water and how that impacts roads. And so, Ben has informed me that he has discussed this with the engineer and some people are working on it, but there is a significant amount of water draining off of the Aqua Texas land that's there on Lazy Oak Drive. And you can see like water trails where the water's eroding the land and stuff. And all in that area, which is right in front of my house, the road is already cracking and it's been kind of, I call it a Band-Aid repair. I think they call it grout and seal the cracks. But you have a road that's relatively new compared to all the other roads in the city, and it's already coming apart at the seams. And I think that this needs to be investigated, and the developer, before they get out and turn these streets over to the city, for the city to now have to take care of, needs to be held accountable for fixing this and repairing this and making it right. I agree. Before that happens.
And those are
They're concrete streets. And so I just want the city to be aware that that's happening and put that on your agenda item.
What's the street name?
Lazy Oak Drive.
That's the one down there, legal counsel. And this is by where the Aqua Texas has drilled the water wells and has the storage tanks?
Yes.
I'm holding the developer responsible.
Has there been conversation between the city and the developer about this yet? And
So they're doing the grout and seal on it right now to seal the issue. And then we've required them to come back in and do some core samples and or other assessments through the lab to determine if there's any type of issue with the road. If there's an issue with the road, then they'll have to cut the concrete and replace the panels.
So
what about the water?
Yeah, the water, is that coming from a water?
We'll have to go take a look at that. This is the first time that I've been made aware of water coming off of Aqua Texas's tank site.
Nelson, you want?
Can you mention, have you told me that before?
Yeah, I did. I put it in the email.
Well, I
And
apologize.
there's some like fencing there that's like, it has to be that swift, whatever, that keeps erosion from happening. Right there by the mailboxes, and it's just in bad disarray. I took pictures, I sent the pictures of it. It's the swift fencing, that's called. Oh, whatever that is, it's the, it's all eroded there. And, so, yeah, it needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
Okay.
So my name is Nelson Craig. I am Nima House's neighbor, 8820 Lazy Oak Drive. I want to speak in support of what she's saying. I do want to give you a little background on who I am. I'm a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy with a degree in aerospace engineering, 20 years in the Navy, multiple years doing system safety, all sorts of other stuff like that. I also built houses for years. I'm a little bit familiar with drainage. I'm not the genius of it all, okay? But I can tell you that I've observed in both Snowmageddons, I'm going to call it that the runoff was always concentrated on the side of the street. That is now experiencing all the cracking. When I walk by that Aqua Texas / gas oil and well site, there is extreme furrowing on the side that runs off into Lazy Oak Drive. And so I can pretty much guarantee what is happening is that water has gone under the concrete and swells and it cracks and it lifts. And when you look at those cracks, that's exactly what's going on. If it were not a problem related to that, the whole road would be cracked straight across, but it is half of the road on the side toward where the drainage occurs.
So these two pad sites are actually elevated above the road?
Yes, by anywhere from 4 to 6 feet, depending on where you're measuring them from. And the SWIP there is absolutely inadequate. If I had maintained a building set like that when I was building houses, I would have got fines from OSHA or EPA or whoever might come by and take a look at them. So there's definitely an issue there, and probably multiple parties that need to be addressed with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you for
Nelson.
your service.
Thank you.
Me too. And Stephen too.
All
I
right.
wasn't tough enough to be a Marine.
Is that any other?
Amen.
All right. Let's go ahead, since we just ended this on the work session, to discuss, consider, and act on an ordinance of the city council of the city of Fairview, Texas, amending the city fee schedule.
So this is, we're only talking about the well, commercial inspections.
Yeah, this is ultimately, this is very.
So have we, BKV is the big casino here in Whites County, as they probably are in Johnson County. Anyway. Has anybody contacted them? Are they gonna push back?
Yeah, we've had 2 or 3 sit-down meetings. We forwarded them information on the process. We initially had started off, again, this is when Rod Weatherby was going to be participating in the project with us. We'd initially come up with a fee schedule. It would do something related to a stair step over several years. They came back and they pushed on it. So we've been going back and forth on this again for close to a year.
So did they say if there's a point at which they'll say no?
Well, so this was.
Monetary.
Yeah.
2,000,
No, you know, they want to pay as little as possible, which is what anybody that on the business side would want to pay. But at the same time, they need to be able to cover the cost of this, of the response to these types of issues, which requires equipment, training, which is so the situation is that they've been paying this fee or a higher fee to all of the other cities in the area, and the city of New Fairview just hasn't been collecting it. You know, when we first sat down and talked about it, he said he knew that this was coming down the road at some point, and, you know, this is not a surprise to them.
So money-wise, what does everybody think?
It's, looking at all the ones that's been presented before, the other cities, I think we're fair. We're not the cheapest, we're
fair at 2,000?
Yes, we're not the most expensive, we're not the cheapest, I think we're fair. And also on the retail locations.
That's yours. And again, firemen will be the people to go do that inspection because the fire system is what you're really worried about.
Yeah.
Do y'all do any inspections now? Not businesses, nothing? Okay.
Who does those in the city?
I think
in the
that's
county?
fair. $100 per.
Fire marshal does those.
Okay.
The fire marshal will do those in the county. They're not going to do that in the city limits. The city is responsible for that. Any fire inspections that we have is going to be handled with Jim Estep through our building official.
Yeah, I was worried about some little, and that's the first time I saw that $100. I thought we were going to charge every business to that. I don't think that was fair. I think that's absolutely fair.
So we set the amending fee schedule, and I could have sworn we did this 8 months ago, 10 months ago.
Well, we talked about it, but I'm not saying, we never approved it.
My people mind just talking about it is the same thing as doing it. All right.
And we can change this if it's not enough, then we can go up.
And so the first step is to set the fee schedule. Then we have to then we have to amend the budget to pull the money out of savings.
The budget's already been appropriated. the council's already approved.
That's what we appropriated back in
August.
August, when I was still here. I remember the.
No. August.
You are getting.
Previous.
I was on the previous.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. That's why it's kind of like, well, I remember some discussion of this, but I don't remember all of it. So, all right. All right. Well, I make a motion that the city of New Fairview adopt amendment or new business A.
And it's not as written, because you gotta include the money. in the
Oh,
motion.
okay.
It's in the packet. This right here is part of exhibit of the ordinance.
The amending fee schedule of $2,000 for hydrocarbon wells and $100 for manufacturing retail locations.
I second.
Does that cover it?
All those in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous?
So don't we need this on the next agenda to get it going?
So what I will do is I will reach out to Modern Geoscience. I'll have them send over an official proposal and contract, and
Because this is just the fee.
this is just the fee. The council will be seeing several other items that are coming down the road.
All right, the next one is we're done with that?
Yes.
Any other? Okay, no other discussion. Discuss, consider, and act on a resolution of the city council and the city of New Fairview, Texas, authorizing the city administrator to negotiate and execute the agreement with Falcon Ridge developer and HOA, provide maintenance for the common area, draining easements, and I guess maybe the road issue that's coming up. That's
Well, the road issues are gonna be,
Separate.
yeah, those are separate.
They don't want it. The subdivision does not want it.
So I can merge that.
I'm saying no. What's the table?
Do we have to not do anything?
They
Can
don't
we
want
not do anything?
You guys can do whatever you like. You can table it, you can vote on it and turn it down, you
Well,
can.
he made a motion, is there a second?
Oh, I didn't hear the motion.
I made a motion to take.
Okay.
I'd make a motion that we say no and listen to the citizens and not do it at all. And there's no reason to
Okay,
revisit
so
it.
John's motion has no second. I'll make a motion that we turn this down. Item 8B, I'm sorry.
So you have to make the motion
Yeah,
as written,
as
and
written.
then
Then you
vote,
vote.
no.
I'll make a motion
So,
that we,
Hey, Steve. Mary has something to say.
oh, I'm sorry.
I want to make sure what we're doing here, because this is saying that the city administrator or the city is not going to help negotiate with the Falcon Ridge developer and the HOA to resolve these issues.
No,
No,
just
that's our-
provide maintenance.
No, it's just maintenance contract.
Yes.
I just want to make sure. All right.
Okay, so John made a motion, I'll second the motion.
But wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
John made a motion to.
Hey,
We'd already moved on though.
yeah, we'd already moved on.
Yeah.
And my motion's dead.
Yeah.
Because are you guys saying that the city administrator will, it says authorize the city administrator to negotiate and execute a contract with Falcon Ridge developer and HOA to provide maintenance? Or are
We're
you?
saying we're not going to do that.
Well, we haven't voted on it.
I'm sorry?
Right, it's a big no. We don't want the city administrator.
Okay, well, we haven't voted on that. We're just saying what it says on the piece of paper, but agree. Yeah,
Let's make sure what we're voting on.
Yeah.
right. So we're trying to figure out what's written on the paper. Did that answer your question? Okay, all right.
I'll make a motion that council votes on new business item 8B as written.
A second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor? All
So you're
those-
saying that to no, do not let.
No, he says vote on.
You do
Yeah,
want to let the city admin.
Right here, just vote on it. And all I said,
Do you want it or do you don't?
right, you get a vote
The
on it.
mayor's called for a vote.
Right.
Right.
So.
This is
we have-
clear what
we
he's
have-
doing.
we have two-
See, yeah.
He's following the rule he's doing it right.
Robert's rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's doing it
He
right.
said, we can vote on B, and it's written.
He said you want it or not.
Okay, so
Do it again.
All right, so all those in favor? All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous, no.
So scratch that.
It's dead. Yes.
Yeah, it took me a second to catch on there.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. This is not, oh, this one, we want to vote on it. Yeah, we have to be careful.
We work for you.
All right, item C, discuss, consider, and act to remove members of the Planning and Zoning Commission and appoint qualified residents to serve as an alternate or commissioner on the New Fairview Planning and Zoning Commission.
Explain that one, please. I got lost on this.
There's several
We don't have any
There's several
applications.
that have not been attending the meetings.
Correct.
They need to be replaced.
Yeah. So we have one that's resigned position, Elisa Sheps. Don Duval has not attended sufficient meetings to maintain, and Arnie has stepped down as well. He's focusing on the fire department. So those three.
So how many are
There's still 4.
regular? And it's 7?
Yeah. So we've got enough to maintain a quorum and continue working. And then as we get additional applications, we'll bring them forward to the council for them to consider for appointments.
So how many applications do you have?
I think right now we have 1, but I need to reach out to them because they turned it in a long time ago before we had any openings, and I need to make sure that they're still.
Would we know who that person is?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Can we redo it and maybe open it up to the citizens and?
The
post it on
application is on
websites?
the website right now, constantly. So yeah,
So I have somebody who put in that application.
then that might be the person. I don't know who it is.
So why, if we already have it open for applications, why do we have to?
I was hoping that when we took action on this, that I'd have some feedback from new applicants that I could bring. I don't. So what we're saying is let's remove the people that we have. And right now, I don't have any alternates to add into
Okay.
the
All right, so
building.
make a motion that we approve 8C as written.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Pass. Okay, item D, discuss and act on an ordinance ordering the May 7th, 2022 City of New Fairview general election for 5 council members at large.
So Brooke's gonna explain, Brooke and Salvador have been working on the election as part of their duties for the city secretary role. So I'm gonna let her explain what this is, but.
Okay, so pretty much on this, it's just a blank agreement for now because we don't have the numbers of how much it's going to cost us because it depends on who's all having an election. And we don't know we're having an election until it closes this month. So third week this month, we'll know we're having an election or we're just canceling because right now nobody's running the votes.
I don't understand. No one's.
So
if
we have
nobody
each
runs-
county, we're in Wise and we're in Dayton County, and the counties have to host an election this year, even though it's not their year that they're supposed to be an election. So we get to be with them, to partner with them, to bring down the costs. So we're gonna have every voting location. It depends on who's all, if the schools are gonna be in there, they're gonna share in that cost. We share in that
Otherwise,
cost.
we pay a whole lot
Yes,
of money.
or we're gonna pay, or we're just, the worst case scenario is nobody else is having an election but us and the county has to have it, so we're splitting it 50-50. And that's paying for all the workers. Prices have gone up this year because we are having problems hiring people to work the election. Last year, the last 2 years, we've had just a flat fee with Dayton County of $400 is what we paid. I don't know what that fee is going to be this year. Because we met with them second week of January and we're told that they have up their prices for each employee $1 to $2. And Wise County has said the same thing.
I thought it was more like 2,500 hours to host an election.
This, if you do it by yourself, it gets up there. So last year, it was $400 with Denton in November, and then with Wise County, it was $2,030.37 is what we do.
What I was thinking. Okay.
Yeah, so Wise County, of course, is gonna be a little bit more, but it depends on what cities around us are gonna be in it. If they're hosting an election, we all split it together. So we don't know who's all running because it's still open for council until the
Right, so if
18th of this.
nobody runs against us, then why pay for the election?
Yeah, if nobody's running against us, we just cancel the election and you're already placed.
When's the deadline to file?
February 18th.
Yes,
How many applications do we have?
we have one for each seat, but we have one seat still open. So we have 3 or 4 applications that have been turned in. Right now, nobody's running unopposed. So as it stands right now, we won't have to host the election, so we won't have any who want to pay for it.
So we won't know for sure till.
Yes, we won't know for sure until the 18th, but because of state laws, we have to have this decided before the 14th, 17th. we have to call our election. There's a date we have to call election by, and this is the first meeting, because the next council meeting is at past, I think it's on the 17th, and the next council
Then if
meeting.
we approve this and we don't have any filers by the 18th, we cancel the election?
Yes, yeah.
So we call the election, and then if we don't have any need for the election, we cancel it.
Yes.
What about the, disannexation by property?
Yeah, there's something else on there.
That's true. So we're checking the signatures right now. As soon as the signatures are verified, then that would be something that we would have to have on the election.
But that would only be in Denton County, correct? Wouldn't that be?
But they would have to go to Denton County to vote for the Falcon Ridge.
Yes, because they're in Denton County, they're not in Lawrence.
But,
Well, no, that would be.
It would be city line? Okay, it would be city line.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
What was that? Repeat that, please.
This is
You
about
can be
your-
voting everywhere, but we're only a voting location in March. We are not a voting location in May.
They're gonna have to still go to their location in Denton County, and they're gonna have to
Yes.
go to locations in Wise County.
So if you're in a Denton County resident, you have to go to Denton County. If you're in Wise County, you
No
have to.
kidding.
go to Wise County. Yes,
City
sir.
election.
Yes, sir.
I did not know that.
Now,
The city election won't be
I
held
like to
here.
learn
It's not a voting location
Everybody.
here in May. It's only a
if
voting.
the city wants to do it here, they can, but I think when we got the price for that last year, it was like $18,000.
Yeah,
Oh, my God.
yeah.
Do we have any
Because-
budget?
We have money budgeted for the contract to participate in the county elections. That's what was budgeted.
So we'll be splitting the money with every other city that's participating in the election. If there's any schools that are participating in the
Special
election.
districts,
Yeah.
anybody who has any.
The county has to participate this election, because typically they do not. They only do
So the March primary, that's a state.
Yes,
So you just go to your precinct for that.
March will have a voting location here, but we will not for the May
We
election.
don't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
State, that's state.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I got it.
what, place is open, no one's filed for yet?
Let me double check on my one.
Thank you.
I can answer that question for you.
You do? Okay. Are you filing?
It's slated on my desk.
So you can take action on this. This, what she's bringing to you has no
Yeah, I make a motion,
relationship.
I make a motion to approve item 8D as is dog as written.
Yeah, thanks, Scott.
You can.
Place five.
Yeah, it's place 5. Place 2 has someone who's running.
Oh, okay.
So all places but one. And so as it stands right now, we can cancel the elections possibly for this.
Well, he's thinking about,
Yes, if you run and you're being opposed, we'll have to have the election, yes. But place 5 is still open.
there you go.
Okay.
Undecided.
Somebody's got to run for Scott's place to get rid of Scott.
When's the deadline?
We have a motion. We have a motion.
We have motion, we have a second.
Oh, I didn't.
Correct. If they run,
Who said
you
that?
don't have to have the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you should have something.
So all those in favor?
Yes,
Aye.
yes.
Any opposed?
I wasn't paying attention.
I was trying to end the conversation over there too, but.
February 18th?
Yes, sir. And once we get the agreement from the county, I'm expecting those the end of the month, and once we get those and no numbers, we'll have those present to you.
All right, so the rest of these, looks like we go to executive session. All right, we'll be back.
I was kidding. Nobody wants your job.
I don't know.
You haven't decided?
No, I haven't. Like I said, I feel that I was saying for play. Everyone wants to see what it's gonna see. I just can't switch. I haven't.
Get somebody else's.
It's his turn.
Yes.
Good, but he has to have his.
Instead of being.
And it has to come off. Well, they're already- So we
Everybody.
All right, we turned from executive council at 12:21 back into regular session with item 8E. Consider removal of Ben Nyberger as city administrator without cause.
I'm sorry, Mayor, do we need to hire an attorney first? No, but.
I don't think so.
Or,
The vote of the council.
somebody want to say something?
Yes, please. If you don't mind, I'm sorry to fill out a form earlier.
That's all right. We're rolling with it tonight.
My name is Christopher Thacker. I live on 120 Creek Lane.
Yes.
As late as this has gone on, this is ridiculous. I've seen at least a few citizens leave because of how late this has gone on. And what they passed on to me, and I'm gonna pass on to you, is that when it goes on this late, and you go behind closed doors, it makes us not want to come. It makes the citizens not want to stay.
I appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thatcher, we appreciate it.
Thanks for staying.
So I just want to make a comment that I think this motion and, I don't agree with it, but I think it's a bad idea. I think it's going to cost the citizens a lot of money. But we should vote on it, and like I said earlier, we are a council, and whatever we come to as an agreement, and whatever passes, we're all still part of the same council.
Is it appropriate to discuss the amount of money potentially we're talking about?
Yes. I don't think, we don't have a lawyer yet. There was a lot of numbers.
I don't know what.
We don't know what the final amount is.
We'll have a lawyer in the morning.
Okay.
So is that something we should definitely have to advertise that?
Well, I mean, I think the citizens deserve to know.
I think they do too.
Because it's not, pocket change.
Per the contract, the number that I gave you is the contract amount. So unless you guys are considering trying to, renege on the agreement, that's gonna be the amount. I mean, it is what it is. You can use Steve's numbers if you want and say this is an estimate.
I like your numbers better.
Steve came up with a softening way to look at it, and I appreciate your effort. I thought that was very intuitive for you doing that. But contract wise, it's gonna cost the city $202,879.
$238 total.
$238.
Excuse me?
$238 total.
You have to add in the deduction for the employer's contributions to the bottom.
I do not see the number 238.
Yeah.
Really?
Sorry, system that we have doesn't give me.
I'm an engineer. How did you know that number? If it's not on the.
Because it was on the sheet that I got. I added up for
Then you tell the number. You tell the number by contract, what it's gonna cost the citizens of this city.
$238,400 and something dollars.
But how did you explain the savings over 5 years?
If you take into consideration again, there's been some talk about exactly when does the contract start? Was it at the beginning of his employment with the city, or was it when it was amended in April to be a 5-year contract? Ben believes that the contract is effective in April, so it's been from April to 2021, 5 years. I figured up this cost comparison with the point of the 5 years started in July of 2020. From that standpoint, we're 19 months into the 60-month contract. From the April 21, of course, will be a lot less than that even. So the cost savings that I figured up, if you compare if he stayed under the employment and what we would spend for him being here, compared to if we let him go now and hire a city administrator at a less amount, then there would be some savings from that. And so you can use that to calculate out how much the true cost of the severance pay would be to the city. And it takes a little bit of sting out. It's still a big number. I don't like it. I wish we didn't have to go here. I take no joy or pleasure in any of this. Ben Nybarger has the best negotiating skills of anyone I know. And he's benefited us tremendously in all areas. But his skills with interactions with people, residents, and council is not where I want us to be at the next almost 5 years, another to the end of the contract. So that's why I initiated this. And I don't like it. But this is, I feel like, best for the city long term. So with that said, does anyone else have anything to say? I'd like to make a motion. That the council consider the removal of Ben Nybarger as city administrator without cause.
Mr. King, we're gonna have to say, we're not considering, we're removing him.
I'm sorry?
We're not considering, we're removing him.
Oh, thank you.
You say
I'll make a motion that we remove Ben Nybarger as city administrator without cause.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All right. Passes.
The ayes have it.
The second item, obviously F, it's a moot point. The last item is, city attorney, what left in there, maybe, city attorney, that we currently have has resigned as of the 4th of February. And the council has unanimously agreed to bring on Messer Fort and McDonald.
You need to,
Yeah,
you need to take action out here.
That's
right.
So
I'll make a motion that we accept the current city administrator's resignation under local government code section 22. City attorney's resignation under local government code section 22.012.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Did you vote?
I,
Okay.
not opposed.
Okay.
And now I make a motion that as a city body,
to say, you make a motion to appoint.
right, that we accept, we create a contract with Messer Fort and McDonald for our legal services.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. All right, and that ends. We adjourn. We have
Adjourn.
We have
I'll
a
make a
motion to
motion to
adjourn. Second.
Second, a second.
I apologize to everybody for so late.
Yes.
Oh, I have one thing, that I forgot, sorry, important for me. I